Shalom, y'all. We back. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Here you go, brother. Let me take this page just in case I can. There's a way for me to put it right there, but you know what? It's cool. I ain't got to that. Thank you, sir. All right, let's see if there's a way I can put it here. I'll just put it right here. All right, y'all. Shalom. My name is Haya El. This is Brother Andre. We with Sakari San Antonio. We're doing another lesson on the San Antonio River Walk, right? We're going to go ahead and get it started because it's already starting to get dark. So we're going to try to put in a lesson out here to edify the sheep. And hopefully we have some fruit come by and repent and begin their journey as Israelites, right? But today's lesson is going to be along the lines of the sword and arrows of the Lord have been revealed. What does that mean for you as an Israelite, right? For those of y'all who have been living under a rock, Russia finally unveiled their intercontinental ballistic missiles. They launched a mid-range missile, and they literally gave them warning that they were going to launch it. They let them know the coordinates, the time, and when the munitions dropped out of the sky, it literally looked like pillars of light coming out of the sky. Did you see it?
I haven't seen that picture.
Man, you know, if you are black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, now is the time to repent.
Right.
Because the sword of the Lord is being revealed. And that's something that our people do not take to heart, but they will soon. Because Russia has made it plain, whatever they do to them now, they're going to respond in kind. So if they find out that the missiles that Ukraine launched came from America, they've already made it plain they're going to launch missiles over to America. If they come from the UK, they're going to launch missiles on Europe and the UK. So we are now seeing an escalation in warfare, the same escalation that everybody spoke about and everybody dreaded, but never anybody supposed it would come to be so quickly. But now we are seeing those days. So let's go ahead and get into this lesson. Can you go ahead and get me, brother? Let's start with Isaiah 33 and 5 through 6. And we'll probably come back to it because I got a longer pericope in that same chapter, but I want this to be brought out first. Because wisdom and knowledge is going to be the stability of our times. The more knowledge you have, the more wisdom you have in general, the safer you're going to be.
That's right.
The better decisions you're going to make. And more times than not, our people are completely ignorant, therefore they're going to make terrible decisions. Right? Go ahead and get it when you got it.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 33, verse 5.
Bring it out.
The Lord is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness. Verse 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation, and the fear of the Lord is his treasure.
So the Most High God has filled his people with knowledge, wisdom, and judgment. One of the ways that he has filled us with wisdom and judgment is by the judgments that we've been enduring over the course of these last 500 years. The curses that we've lived under. We've learned quite a bit of what it means to be full of the wisdom of the Lord, or to be lacking of that wisdom and suffer even more as a result of it. So we are seeing the evidence of what wisdom really equates to, and that is power. Knowledge is strength. And that knowledge going forward is going to be the stability and defense of our times. Because there are some of our people, because they don't have knowledge, they're joining the military right now. Whenever I drive in downtown, I see young black and Hispanic men. Mainly men. Every so often I'll see females, but they'll be wearing what we call the blues. When you're freshly graduated from the Air Force boot camp,
Right.
or you're freshly graduated from Army, Navy, whatever. You basically have your uniform on, and you're walking around proud. I see these young people doing so, but they don't have knowledge of the war that's here on their doorstep. Because most young people here in America, they're not trying to go die in Ukraine. And it also came out that Germany has leaked a plan for NATO. They aim to gather 800,000 troops to attack Russia with. But what good is that going to do you if Russia just said, we ain't going to fight y'all like that, we just going to nuke y'all asses? You can have 1 billion troops. All it takes is one bomb to get rid of them. But wisdom and knowledge is going to be the stability of our times. Can you go ahead and give me 2nd Ezra 16 and 1 through 20? We're not going to get through this lesson tonight, but that's perfectly fine, right? Because one of the things that we need to bring out to our people is the biblical precedent for the times that we live in, right? We are seeing the wars and the rumors of wars. We're seeing earthquakes and storms and tempests in diverse places. We're seeing all the things that our Messiah prophesied about and all the prophets who are underneath him prophesied about. We're seeing it all happen. But what does that mean for you in today's world? Well, let's see what some of these prophecies have to say. Because depending on what happens, that should dictate what you should do. Get it when you got it.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 16, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Woe be unto thee, Babylon and Asia. Woe be unto thee, Egypt and Syria. Gird up yourselves with clothes of sack and bit and hair. Bewail your children, and be sorry, for your destruction is at hand.
So to our heathen adversaries, to those who have blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, and the Israelites scattered diaspora around the world in bondage, to those of those nations, you should repent as a nation, right? But here's the thing. Y'all ain't going to do that. It's just part of the message. Keep going, brother.
Verse 3. A sword is sent upon you,
brother?
and who may turn, it's like it.
Got time for
Verse
Bible?
3. A sword is sent upon you, and who may turn it back. Verse 4. A fire is sent among you, and who may quench it. Verse 5. Plagues are sent unto you, and what is he that may drive them away?
So in those previous 3 verses, what we see is we see afflictions. We see plagues being sent upon the land. And it's a rhetorical question. Who may drive them away? When the Most High God sends his sword after you, who can turn it back? When he sends plagues upon the land, whether it be famine, disease, war, the plague of beasts, who can turn it away? The answer is nobody. Right? These are rhetorical questions. But we're going to see here what some of these plagues are and what's going to happen as a result of it. Keep going.
Verse 6. May any man drive away a hungry lion in the wood, or may any one quench the fire in stubble when it has begun to burn? May one turn again the arrow that is shot of a strong archer? The mighty Lord sendeth the plagues, and who is he that can drive them away?
Again, this is just to further drive home the point that when the Most High God sends afflictions and plagues to your nation, you have no choice but to endure them. And that's exactly what's come up on Babylon today. Vladimir Putin is saying that we can have nuclear war as soon as Christmas. He literally put a date to it. The people here in America especially do not know what's going on. They're too concerned about Trump becoming the next so-called president, not understanding they might not have a nation to have a president over. Keep going, brother.
Verse 9. A fire shall go forth from his wrath, and who is he that may quench it? He shall cast lightnings, and who shall fear? He shall thunder, and who shall not be afraid? Verse 11. The Lord shall threaten, and who shall not be utterly beaten to powder at his presence?
Go ahead and skip to 13.
Verse 13. For strong is his right hand that bendeth the bow. His arrows that he shooteth are sharp, and he shall miss them, and shall not miss when they begin to be shot into the ends of the world.
So these arrows that are capable of being shot into the ends of the earth, what do you think this is a metaphor or euphemism for? For intercontinental ballistic missiles. And that's what we're seeing be used now. Now, just in case some of y'all are familiar with warfare and are saying, well, ICBMs aren't new. You're right, they aren't new. However, ICBMs with nuclear warheads on them are new. And they've never been used before. And a mid-ranged ICBM has never been used in warfare ever. And Russia just established that precedent this very week. So to the Israelites who are thinking that you have plenty of time to repent, I have news for you. Spoiler alert, that time of judgment is at hand. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 14, behold, the plagues are sent, and shall not return again until they come upon the earth. Verse 15, the fire is kindled, and shall not be put out, till it consume the foundation of the earth. Verse 16, like as an arrow which is shot out of a mighty archer returneth not backward, even so the plague shall not be sent upon the earth, shall not return again.
So take stock of what it says in verse 15 when it says the fire is kindled. Now, of course, this is talking about the upheaval, the plagues, and the judgment being kindled like unto a campfire. But I can't say it's not pure artistry by the Lord to make these prophecies and then judge the earth by fire, right? Because those thermonuclear bombs, when they come, they're not only going to destroy cities by way of the kinetic force of the bomb, they're also going to start fires. Fires that cannot be put out, and fires that have radioactive contaminants in them. Therefore, even if you were trying to fight them, you would die of exposure to radiation. See, one of the things that's about to happen is the Most High God is about to fulfill his will and starting a fire that burns unto the lowest hells, right? Because most of our people don't quite understand that thermonuclear fire, it's going to come sudden, right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 17, woe is me, who will deliver me in those days? The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear. The beginning of evils, what shall I do when these evils shall come? Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment.
Now keep in mind, all of these different plagues are only being sent to correct the behavior of the people. That's one of the reasons why this earth is so out of course. Despite the correction of the Most High God, no one wants to be corrected. So the plagues get worse, the sentence gets worse, and then before you know it, you have thermonuclear war, which we're on the precipice of right now. Finish out on that last verse.
Verse 20, but for all these things they shall not turn from their wickedness, nor be always mindful of the scourges.
So despite all of these judgments, you're still going to have people going, you know what? I ain't got to do nothing. I ain't keeping the commandments. I'm going to live life how I want to live. But we see here that the scourges are going to come regardless, right? But let's go ahead and go to 2nd Ezra 9 and 1 through 8. Because when we read about all these plagues, one might ask, how can the righteous be delivered from all of these plagues? That's one thing that we quickly find out about our God when we come into this truth, is that our God can work miracles and there seems to be no way out at all. And I try to tell brothers and sisters this all the time. Despite how their life may look, keep the commandments, and the Most High God can turn things around for you.
That's right.
We're going to see that in regards to the plagues that are coming upon the earth. Go ahead and start, brother.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 9, verse 1.
Bring it up.
He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
And we're seeing those signs come to pass right now. Not only is all this warfare breaking out on the earth, but you have the American government basically admitting that aliens are already on the earth. They are now starting to no longer mince their words. They're no longer saying, hey, that's classified. We can't tell you that. That's beyond your pay grade. That's starting to disappear. Because the chariots are now being visible to the everyman. People are driving to work, being mystified by the chariots in the clouds of heaven. When I say the clouds of heaven, I mean the biblical sense, which are the angels of God. Right? People are seeing these things in the night and in the day. And they're saying, well, how come nobody's saying anything about this? And it's happening in such high numbers and in such sensitive areas that it can't be denied anymore. See, most people didn't even know that for over 2 weeks, there was a red, it looked like a portal that was over the White House. And that was over a year ago. Things like this have been happening all over the earth. One of the things that they're not talking about either is all the UFOs, or UAPs, whatever you want to call them. We call them the chariots of God. But they're showing up on every battlefield on the planet, especially in Israel and especially in Ukraine. Why is that? Because we know that these are pivotal points, right? Where the war is going to either spiral out of control, or we're going to see prophecy simply take another step forward, right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 3, therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. Verse 5, for like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. Even so the times also of the highest have plain beginnings and wonders and powerful works, and endings and effects and signs.
And we're seeing those effects and signs today. Now is the time in which the Most High God is going to visit the world which he made. All the prophetic sayings of the Bible are coming to pass. That's why we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that now is the time to repent. And we got our brothers coming up on the scene. Shalom, shalom, brother.
Shalom.
All praises, all praises.
Yehovah Shemra.
How you doing, brother? Oh, you good? Got some? So, okay, come on. Yeah. So what we're talking about today, just to bring the brothers up to speed, is that the sword of the Lord has been revealed. His arrows are being revealed. What does that mean for you as an Israelite? Did you brothers see Russia fire those intercontinental ballistic missiles at Ukraine? It was beautiful. It looked like light coming down from the sky. And the way it came through like a portal, didn't it? Man, for y'all who haven't seen it the way we're describing it, when you see it, you're going to go, damn, they didn't even do it justice. You can tell when it says that the Most High God has created the smith to destroy, as it says in Isaiah 54:16, we're seeing that smith be put into action. In the book of Joel, when it says that basically they'll come in and not break their ranks. You know what I'm saying? They're going to basically come in orderly when they finally come into the house of the thief, right? When they fell from the sky, the way the missile launches is beautiful, right? It goes up as one missile, and then it divides into about 6 compartments, and then each compartment has multiple warheads. And those warheads drop over Mach 10. Mach 1 is the speed of sound, which is what, like over 600 miles an hour, something like that? Because essentially sound goes about 1 mile per second, right? So you've got something going over 6,000 miles an hour. That is indefensible. And it took maybe about, from the time it broke the clouds, it took probably about, what, a half second to hit the ground? That's why Russia's letting people know, hey, look, y'all keep playing this game, we're going to bomb you niggas. But let's keep going with this lesson. Keep going, brothers.
Verse 7, and every one that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed, verse 8, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation and my land and within my borders, for I have sanctified them for me from the beginning.
So the Most High God is making it known, despite all these plagues coming upon the earth, that his righteous elect, that he predestinated from the beginning, they're going to be saved.
That's right.
And not a single hair on their head will perish, because even death does not deliver you out of the hands of the Most High.
That's right.
And he can easily give you another vessel for your spirit to inhabit. So death is not something that should stay your hand or impede your deeds in this faith. But that's something you're going to see in these last days, because many of our people are ignorant of what they need to be doing to serve the Lord. And as we read earlier, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times. But most of our people are bereft of wisdom, hence why they will make wrong choices time and time again. But, brother, can you get me 1 Peter 3 and 17 through 19? Right? I'm going to let you get that first. Right, because now is the time for us to come back to our God and to repent. Because we are seeing his arrows be sharpened and ready. And you do not want to be on the receiving end of one of these missiles, because you ain't even going to have time to thank the Lord or ask the Most High God for help. The way these missiles fall from the sky, your warning system can't warn you early enough. Keep going, brother.
This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 3, verse 17. For it is better, if the will of God be so, that ye suffer for well-doing than for evil-doing. Verse 18. For Christ also hath once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit.
I think I might need third or second spot. Yeah, start at 6. The 2 Peter, 3 and 6.
This is the book of 2 Peter, chapter 3, verse 6.
Look it up.
Whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished.
This is talking about Noah and how the Most High God reduced the population of the earth to 8 people with a flood. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 7. But the heavens and the earth, which are now by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men.
So you know how the Most High God promised that he wouldn't flood the earth anymore. He gonna hold up to that promise. But the next cleansing of this planet is gonna be by fire.
That's right.
And again, I'm gonna keep restating this throughout the lesson. This week, we got a glimpse of the tool by which the Most High God is going to spread fire on this planet. Keep going, brother.
Verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
So one of the things that we're trying to convey to our people is that to be part of the first fruits, to reign with Yahushua, that one day with the Lord, that 1,000-year period, where the rest of our people are going to be asleep in paradise because they didn't get it right and only to be reborn in the kingdom. Those who are of the first fruits are going to see the salvation of their people through Yahushua when he returns.
Right.
And we're going to be called up into those chariots, and we're going to be spared the indignation of suffering through hellfire. Because again, now, Vladimir Putin, and I'm going to keep driving this point home, it's not just America, it's not just Canada, Mexico, or South America. He has missiles that can hit any point on the earth. And he is making it known that if anybody attacks Russia, they will respond in kind with ICBMs. The game time is over. Conventional weaponry is over. We are now talking about the armory of God. Real judgment is about to go out.
That's right.
Brother, can you go ahead and get me Jeremiah 30 and start at 1 and go to 11? Got time for the Bible, sister? Right? Because see, what we're trying to tell our people, because we just had a sister run by, and she ain't never got time to stop and hear this word. I've seen her at least 3 or 4 times. But what we're trying to tell our people is that the way you think that you're getting in shape so you can live the best life you can possibly have, you need to be getting in shape spiritually so you can live through the times that are coming up on the earth.
That's right.
And most people, though their body might be strong, their spirits are very weak and in a very dilapidated state because they don't take any time to teach themselves anything or learn anything of their God. That's why when these tumultuous times come up on the earth, sisters like that who can't stop and listen, they're going to be looking for the men of the Lord, and we're not going to be out here. Go ahead and get it, brother.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30, verse 1.
Bring it out.
The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Thus speaketh the Lord God of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah, saith the Lord, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it.
So this is one thing we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You got time for the Bible, brother?
No.
Not right now. Did you see Russia launch them missiles this week?
Was that no?
You didn't see the missiles that they launched on Ukraine? Fell from the sky like light? You know that's in the Bible, right? You don't think he's going to shoot them over here?
Very good possibility.
So don't you want to be in good standing with your God? Are you? What's his name? Okay.
You know,
But
Indigenous group, where you from?
so I haven't been narrowed down yet. Obviously, like in Mexico, we were forbidden to speak our languages. But I remember being a little kid. My grandmother used to tell me the stories that she wasn't allowed. But being young and dumb, did not matter, whatever. Now that I'm older, been trying to learn from where we came from. The tribe that I believe we might be from, because I talked to family, we have a lot of indigenous roots here in Texas. There was a tribe that was called the Kiska Tribe Clan. They're the ones basically named the Riverwalk, his name, the original name. Again, not saying that's my actual tribe, but that's why I narrowed it down. But I
Okay.
do am trying to research it more. And
well, can we give you just a little bit before you go? Just two things. So if you believe yourself to be a native Hispanic or Mexican, you're an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar. Because your people gave themselves a name of Aztec and all these different tribal names when you came over here. That's why, what was the language that your people spoke before the Spanish came over here?
it's different, so many languages.
It was Nawa, and it's a broken dialect of Hebrew. That's one of the ways that we know you're an Israelite. We're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know that you are an Israelite. That's why when I ask you what name is your God's name is Yahweh. Because if you say you're in good standing with your God, how can you be in good standing with someone that you don't have the name of?
I feel like I'm being reaching there. Like
Okay.
I've been taking a lot of spiritual trips,
Okay.
such as psychedelics.
Give me 1 John 2.
And I
Sorry.
would say that it's been helping me, I guess, say, cleanse my heart and soul. I used to have so much hate in that.
Sure.
And I grew up a Christian.
Okay.
Went to church every single Sunday.
Mhm.
And got cross tattooed on me.
Mhm.
And I felt like the more I got away from that, the more I felt at peace.
Yes.
So,
Did you know the Bible says that God dwells not in temples made with hands?
I'm sorry?
God dwells not in temples made with hands. So God was never in the church that you went to. That's why when I left the church, I felt closer to God too. Now you say psychedelics, shrooms, DMT.
DMT, shrooms,
Okay, I did
ayahuasca.
all those things.
Yeah.
I did them for a long time. I'm gonna be honest. It still won't bring you to your God. It'll show you the marvels of His creation, both spiritual and carnal, but it won't tell you who He is and what you should be doing. Can I read you one thing real quick to show you how you love your God? Get that real quick. 2 started.
This book of 1 John chapter 2, verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments.
So you say you're getting to know God, but the Bible says you know God if you keep His commandments. How many commandments are there?
10.
There's 613. The first 5 books of the Bible all have commandments through. Commandments like not to remove the landmark of your neighbor. Commandments not eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. Things like that. Those are all commandments. Now you see how those are 2 commandments that you probably didn't know before you talked to Him. So now you know your God that much better. That's why we're out here, brother. Now, if you do have more time, we'll be happy to teach you more. But if you don't, hey, man, come back and see us next Saturday. All right, brother.
Yeah, we'll go.
Your God's name is Yahweh, man. Never forget that.
That's right.
All right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes? All right. If y'all are Native Hispanic, just know y'all special, okay? Y'all are Israelites.
Right.
And that same okay you throw up, Yahweh Shai gonna get at to you as He tell you to depart from me. See, our people don't realize, man. They turn their shoulder from this word, not understanding you about to have nothing but time on your hands. And the men of the Lord ain't gonna be out here to teach you shit. The one time our people gonna have enough time to focus is the time God gonna pull His teachers away. Because it don't matter if you sacrifice while you got plenty. The time to sacrifice is when you got almost nothing at all. That's when it counts. And Israelites today don't understand that. The Most High God is seeing what you're made of by putting you in hardship, seeing if you'll do right when it doesn't count for anything. Right? Will you keep my Sabbath when your only day off during the week is the one day you want to relax? The one day you want to sit at home when you go out and do the work? Who will stand up for me against the evildoers? We're seeing most of our people won't even stop for 5 minutes. And there are no evildoers around. Well, let's get back to this lesson. Right? At least he stopped. At least he got two little nuggets of information, right? Most people, they just keep walking. But, yeah, keep rolling with Jeremiah.
This is Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 4.
Get up.
And these are the words that the Lord spake concerning Israel and concerning Judah. Verse 5. For thus said the Lord, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man doeth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, and a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness.
So along with the word of the Lord, Jeremiah is describing a vision that he's seen of men and women in great fear. A man having his hands on his stomach or his chest area as if he's having a baby. When you see people who are in real grief, a lot of times they hold themselves to self-soothe. And this is what this is talking about. And this is talking about a time where everyone is in that type of despair and despondent disposition. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 7, Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble.
So this is talking about the time in which has never transpired in history. It's going to be the time where Jacob is persecuted to the highest degree that has ever been seen on the earth. And we are entering into that, dare I say, we're in it, like a frog in a slowly heating up pool of water. And before we know it, we're going to be on a slow boil. And most people are completely unaware that the heat has already been turned on. Keep going, brother.
But he shall be saved out of it. Verse 8, For it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him.
So despite this being the time in which persecution is going to be at the highest degree we've ever seen, it will also be the time in which the Most High God will deliver us from our captivity. That's why we're trying to bid our people to repentance. We had a brother just admit that he heard 2 commandments that he had never heard of before. He didn't have enough time to get him out the Bible, but we at least talked about it. He didn't know that he wasn't supposed to remove his neighbor's landmark, or there are dietary laws in the Bible. But you see how much this brother cared, because he didn't ask, hey, prove it. Show me in the Bible where that's at. But see, our people are going to be asking to see where these commandments are, to try to get a last-second cram session in, so that they can be found acceptable when Yahushua returns. Not understanding your grade's going to be set in stone. The Most High God is about to go hands up, pencils down. And our people, they don't understand that you're not going to be able to put in a lot of work if nobody's there to teach you how to. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Not today, sorry, but
All right, thou sayest. But let's go ahead and slide over to Joel 2 and 1 through 11. Right? Because we've already established that the Most High God is going to cleanse the world through fire. Right? And this is something that Joel is going to let you know about with specificity to what's going on today. Again, if you saw those missiles that Russia launched and you understood that that was in the Bible and it was exactly according to how the prophets saw these stars falling from heaven departing like a scroll upward, like a mushroom cloud, if our people understood that all these things were biblical, they would set aside time for God. But because they think these are just coincidences, they believe that they have all the time in the world. And many people are going to die in their security, thinking they got time, only to hear an air raid siren and pray to God and get nothing in return. Go ahead and get your scripture, brother.
This is the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 1.
Bring it up.
Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, for it is nigh at hand. Verse 2, a day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness, as the morning spread upon the mountain, a great people and a strong, there hath not been ever like. It's like there hath not been ever the like, neither shall be any more after it, even to the years of many generations.
So this is talking about the day of judgment. How there's going to be a huge judgment that befalls the earth. Hence, it befalling a great multitude of people. So many people that there shall never be a judgment like this. That's why the book of Amos postulates or it poses the day of the Lord in a question. Essentially, the day of the Lord, what is it to you? It's a day of darkness and gloominess. It's a day of despair, a day of doom. And most of our people have no clue of what's coming. Keep going, brother.
Verse 3, a fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them. and behind them a desolate wilderness, ye, and nothing shall escape them.
So let's take stock of how this is being described. This is talking about a troop or an army of sorts. And before them is a lush land full of life and it's vibrant, and behind them is a desolate land. What is capable of producing such a thing in such a short order? Well, missiles. And for those of y'all who don't think these are missiles, we're going to keep going, and you're going to see how we see in a very short amount of time. Keep going, brother.
Verse 4, the appearance of them is as the appearance of horses, and as horsemen, so shall they run. Like the noise of chariots on the tops of mountains shall they leap, like the noise of a flame of fire that devoureth the stubble, as a strong people set in battle array. Before their face the people shall be much pained, all faces shall gather blackness.
So let me put it in perspective. That's less flowery and descriptive like the Bible's putting in a metaphor, right? This is talking about an appearance of chariots or vehicles of sorts that are capable of hopping from mountaintop to mountaintop. Well, what chariot or vehicle do you know about that is capable of going from a mountaintop to another mountaintop? Aside from a airplane, a jet, something that is able to propel itself and fly. Now, let's keep going, and we're going to see that these very same instruments of flight are capable of rendering destruction and making the land behind them or in their wake as a burned, desolate land. Keep going, brother.
Verse 7, they shall run like mighty men, they shall climb the wall like men of war, and they shall march every one of his ways, and they shall not break their ranks.
So when it says they shall march everyone on their way, that's talking about each one is going to follow its set trajectory. And when it says they shall not break their rank, it means they're not going to run into each other or fly off into the distance and not hit their target. Again, if you did not see Vladimir Putin's missile or missiles that he just hit Ukraine with, you need to stop this video and go watch it right now. You need to understand what has transpired upon the earth. Because now when you read these prophecies, you can see them happening. You don't have to guess anymore. All you got to do is set aside the time, listen, learn, and be prepared. Keep going, brother.
Verse 8, neither shall one thrust another, they shall walk everyone in his path, and when they fall upon the sword, they shall not be wounded. They shall run to and fro in the city, they shall run upon the wall, they shall climb up upon the houses, they shall enter in it, it's like an in at the windows like a thief. Verse 10.
Nope, hold on one second. So what we're seeing is this contingent of troops. They are not only capable of flying, they are capable of entering in through the vulnerable points of a nation. It describes them as entering into a house, like a thief entering through a window. Can you imagine you had a three-story mansion, and you're going through the third floor of your mansion one night, just doing a little perimeter check, and you notice an open window, and it's got broken glass, and the room has been disturbed as if there's been a stranger in it. Now, you might be standing in the middle of that room, and you turn back, and you have the rest of the mansion to secure. That's quite a daunting task. That's exactly how this is being pontificated here in regards to the missiles that are going to be fired upon the enemies of the Most High God, starting with Babylon. Go ahead and finish out with 10.
Verse 10, the earth shall quake before them, the heavens shall tremble, the sun and the moon shall be dark, and the stars shall withdraw their shining.
So what all is capable of basically blotting out the sun, the moon, and the stars and making things dark and black? Nuclear missiles, when they throw up all that dirt.
Right.
Y'all got time for the Bible today, a couple minutes?
We are little.
That's it. That's it. But, and see, it's in the spirit that we're reading about the destruction of America through thermonuclear missiles. You're going to see in these days that all the people who say they don't have time, their priorities are about to be adjusted. And they're going to realize I always had time, I just didn't have the wherewithal to stop and listen.
Hold that right.
Right? I hope they don't copyright the damn video because of that. But what we're seeing is we're seeing our people gallivanting around America thinking that they're in good case. They're, that they're just having another weekend and that everything is going to just revert back to normal after Donald Trump somehow gets in office and forces all these other nations to not only do business with America, but to charge us the best prices available. Our people don't understand. The white man ain't got the juice no more. And America's at her end.
That's right.
Go ahead and get that last verse one.
Verse 11.
Oh, reread 10.
Verse 10. The earth shall quake before them, the heavens shall tremble, the sun and the moon shall be dark, and the stars shall withdraw their shining.
So again, what is capable of attacking an enemy, being able to fly in, attack suddenly like a thief coming through a window, only to darken the whole sky, whether the sun is out or the moon is out, whether the stars are out or they're covered by clouds? A thermonuclear missile. See, one of the reasons why people don't know about this type of calamity is simply because it's not well documented. Nuclear missiles have only been dropped, or nuclear bombs, I should say, not even missiles, have only been used in time of war once, right? And that was during World War II on 2 targets, right? In Japan, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. But now we are seeing that these missiles are about to be used all over the earth. And one of the things that the Japanese who were in the areas that were bombed, they will tell you that there were very bizarre happenings going on when those bombs were dropped. The dust being thrown up into the air, it blotting out the sun in the sky, all these things have already been witnessed on the earth. That's why we're trying to tell our people to repent.
Oh, bro, the cart.
Now, I have to say this to my camera. This is in the spirit. Because when you say you don't got time, but it's meant for you to get the word, the Most High God will bring you back around his prophets.
That's right.
But more times than not, our people don't get it. I remember one night I was teaching, a woman said she didn't have time, and she came back in front of me at least 4 times. And she still didn't have time, and she was lost. So it's like, in my mind, look, God is obviously trying to tell you to stop and listen. I had a nigga fall off his bike right in front of me after you said he didn't have time. And then when I told him, hey, God's trying to get your attention, he got mad at me. But see, it goes to show that Israel is following the same plan that we've always had, and that's to be a day late and a dollar short, right? But brother, can you go ahead and get me? You know what? Read 11 real quick.
Verse 11. And the Lord shall utter his voice before his army, for his camp is very great, for he is strong that executed his word. For the day of the Lord is great and very, very terrible, and who can abide it?
So when it talks about the camp or the army of the Lord in this case, you got to understand every missile, every instrument of war belongs to God. And those thermonuclear missiles belong to God. And in the day of his vengeance, you're going to see those instruments used to great effect. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Now it says, can you get me a 2nd Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 21 through 28? One of the things that I really hoped as we got to see more and more prophecy come to pass in front of our eyes, I was really hoping that our people would take an interest in the things that are biblical, even if for the sake of just wanting an explanation of things that are going on right in front of them. But what I'm seeing is Jake is becoming even more distant and despondent, despite all of the prophecies happening in front of their eyes. And one of the things that blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans love to do after the fact is say, why didn't somebody tell me? Why didn't somebody warn me? That's what we're known for doing. We complain. But here's the thing. The Most High God has sent his prophets and his teachers, telling his people to stop doing the thing that he hates, as it says in Jeremiah 44. But more times than not, our people don't have time to learn what God has required of them. And as a result, they underperform. And see, underachievement produces unhappiness. How do I know that? Because happiness is a byproduct of achievement. When you achieve things, you're happy. In the kingdom to come, there's going to be many disappointed and shamefaced Israelites. You know why? Because when it counted, they didn't have time. Therefore, they didn't achieve. But go ahead and start with that. 16, and I want you to get 21 through 28.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 16, verse 21.
Get up.
Behold, victuals shall be so good, cheap upon earth, that they shall think themselves to be in good case, and even then shall evils grow upon earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. Verse 22, for many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy.
Now, that again is in the spirit. Because we're having a lot of blacks, Hispanics walk right by us, not understanding that this very thing that was described right here is happening right now. You can go to H-E-B and Walmart and you can buy food, although it's at a very high price now, you can still afford it. There's still plenty, or it looks to be plenty, in terms of resources to buy, things to do, places to go. But the reality is, that's why the judgment of the Lord is going to come upon them very suddenly. And that's why we're being told here in the Bible that our people are going to think themselves in good case, only to find themselves in a dire situation. Keep going, brother.
Verse 23, and the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them. For the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down. There shall be no man left to till the earth and to sow it. The trees shall give fruit, and who shall gather them? Verse 26, the grapes shall ripe, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men.
So this is talking about there's going to be so much death from the wars and the famine and people hiding themselves, trying not to be spoiled by their neighbors, that you're not going to see anybody maintaining the earth. All the grassy areas, the trees, all the fields that you drive by on a daily basis, that you take for granted, they're going to become an impedance because no one is going to be regulating or cutting down the plants that are going to overgrow those areas. You're about to see this earth go back to a very savage and elementary state. You're going to see nature the way nature really is. And I'm going to tell you, nature doesn't play any games and it doesn't favor anybody. If you don't have enough food, you starve. If you don't have water, you die. If you meet a predator out in the wild and it's not your lucky day, guess who's getting eaten? You are. That's why that wisdom is going to come in handy. And we're trying to give it to our people, and they don't want it. Keep going, brother.
Verse 27, so that one man shall desire to see another and to hear his voice. Verse 28, for of a city there shall be 10 left, and 2 of the field which shall hide themselves in the thick groves and in the chief clefts of rocks.
So it's as I said, right? You're going to have a lot of our people simply hiding. Because can you imagine it being unsafe to go to the grocery store? See, many of our people aren't even thinking about this. You might have enough money to get some groceries, but that don't mean everybody else does. And who do you think is going to be the VIP of the area for everybody who's hungry and starving? Well, the person coming out of the grocery store with a full cart of food. And most of these grocery stores are not going to hire any armed security to accompany you to your car. Yeah, run them groceries. See, we always think that people want to rob you for your shoes or for your money or for your chain. Things that ultimately mean nothing. People are about to be robbed and spoiled out here for the bare essentials for people to stay alive. And that's if they don't take you as well, because cannibalism is about to make a huge comeback. You got white folks already saying, if it come down to it, I'll eat people to protect my family, provide food for myself and the people I love. See, the white man ain't lying. But see, the reality is many of people, not just the white man, going to be eating each other, because you can see acts of cannibalism among the Israelites in the Bible. Yeah, it's a curse, right? Keep going, brother.
Look, I got one for you too, that everything that you're saying, even though people don't want to believe it's in the Bible, they already gave you the blueprint for it by making The Walking Dead.
Man.
People ain't paying attention to what the white man is letting you know what's about to happen.
Come on.
But people ain't paying attention.
They ain't paying attention. They don't get it.
They think it's just pure entertainment.
Yep.
His food don't do nothing for pure entertainment. He can leave messages in everything he do.
There's 2 movies, I forget their name, that are coming up, but they're survivor apocalypse movies, right? basically what the brother is talking about, Brother Dahlia, he's talking about essentially when everything breaks down, you're talking about Mad Max type situation.
You're going to be broken up in tribes, like the Bible says. It says each one is going to be with their own kind. Meaning the white man, the white people going to be with their own people. That's why I tell you, separate them, yourselves from them, because that's how it's going to be. It's going to be straight tribalism. And then on top of it, like you said, cannibalism.
Yep.
There's going to be people getting robbed out here. Like, look, I tell everybody they want us to be a prepper. You're a dumbass. You're wasting your money.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, it don't matter. All that matters to me is I know my neighbor got guns, he got food. I'm taking it.
Yep.
Because that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
They gonna know you got a house full of guns and food because you're a prepper, or you got a shed full of it. You're gonna get robbed.
And plus, who talked the most shit about being ready? Preppers.
Preppers.
Most
yes.
of these preppers be like, yeah, brother, I got 3 years worth of food in my house. See, all these people who don't care right now, they take it in stride. They go, oh, okay, whatever. But eventually they gonna go, don't Daryl have 3 years worth of food in his house? And he said he only got a pistol?
Right.
Oh shit, I'm going to see Daryl at 3 in the morning.
Exactly.
And most Americans, I'm a put it out there straight like it is. You ain't cut from the cloth that it takes to kill all these people who want your food.
That was right there.
You
We
ain't
have
got
to
the
kill each
heart.
other.
Yeah, we'll kill each other, but you ain't got the heart to stay awake at 3 in the morning, killing families trying to come onto your property to ask for food. You don't got that type of heart. I don't have that type of heart either. I'm gonna be real with you. That's why I turn to the Lord and I keep the commandments, so I don't have to make that choice. But to you worldly niggas, you gonna have to figure it out. And if you think you got enough guns in Campbell's soup to ride out this storm, I got news for you. You don't. Not to mention them people up in North Carolina. There was a lot of preppers up there. How that shit worked for them. Most High God, he took that hurricane up there and flooded them out. They say when you go up in some of them towns, what is one of them, like Asheville or whatever it's called? Anyway, the towns that got hit by the hurricane up in North Carolina, they say when you enter the town, it smells like death. You got to remember, a dead carcass only stinks for about what? Maybe a block or two, depending on how the wind is blowing, right? Can you imagine you enter a city and from one perimeter of the city to the other, it smells like death? And as I'm saying it, you see the EMS vehicle going right back to the building that they go to every Saturday. You're going to get used to seeing that, Brother Dahlia. They go to that building
What is that
every,
building?
it's a hotel. They pull up on that shit, they be there for hours at a time. I keep saying it every Saturday, man. Most High God getting people ass up out of here, man. And just because you don't attend the funeral don't mean somebody didn't die. See, death is going to become very personal to everybody because everybody's going to get touched. But, what'd you leave off of? Okay, cool. No, that's it on that. Go ahead and skip forward to verse 31 through 35.
Verse 31. Even so, in those days, there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword. Verse 32. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travail therethrough.
And that's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's about to get to the point where you can't just walk around here freely because these areas are going to be unkempt. There's a plant that grows near my apartment. The thorns on that thing look so damn hostile and gnarly to the point where me and my wife say if we fall on that plant, we got to go to the emergency. They look like little harpoons. And they're hard to the point where like when you touch them, they don't bend. Now imagine all these types of thorns growing everywhere because no one's keeping these walkways and these fields. Now, just like there's going to be thorns, there's going to be food out there too. Berries and fruits, animals, things of that nature. But that's why the Bible says you got to be prepared to be a pilgrim upon the earth. You got to get ready to leave your home and your possessions. Because if you're thinking the safest place for you in the middle of an apocalypse is a well-lit, climate-controlled room with food in it, you are mistaken. You are staying in a death trap. And everybody who has their needs met in those areas, you're going to be spoiled by those who don't. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 33. The virgins shall mourn, having no bridegrooms,
Right.
bridegrooms, and women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn having no helpers. Verse 34. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine.
Now we're seeing that today. We're seeing all these wars start to drum up. The Most High God is mustering the battle. That's why I asked that brother as he was walking, didn't you hear about the missiles that that actually got launched on Ukraine by Russia? Right? We're seeing an escalation. Now the plans are coming out. I'm going to say it again. To have all these troops from all these countries fight under the banner of NATO. And in case you don't understand, that's fighting under the banner of the beast that the whore is riding upon. The same beast that has the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Right? The 7 heads being the provinces of Rome, and the 10 common markets of Europe being the EU. Right? They're talking about getting 800,000 troops together to go fight Russia. Again, this is saying here in 2nd Ezra that the men are going to be in short supply simply because most of them are going to die in wars. They're going to die in conflict. See, to the women saying they don't have time to hear this message or they don't care, that's one thing. But to you men, you should care a whole lot. Because when you get that draft letter in the mail, you're going to care a whole lot. You're going to be praying, calling up on God, trying to get out of it, not understanding that it was already prophesied. And you missed the lesson when it was right in front of you. Go ahead and get a few more.
Verse 35. Hear now these things, and understand them, ye servants of the Lord. Behold, the word of the Lord, receive it, but believe not the gods of whom the Lord spake. Verse 37. Behold, the plagues draw nigh, and are not slack. As when a woman with child in the 9th month bringeth forth her son within 2 or 3 hours of her birth, great pains compass her womb, which pains when the child cometh forth, they slack not a moment.
And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. If you were to go back 5 years, you would never believe that America was going to be on the cusp of being destroyed. You would never believe it. I could tell you, hey, the dollar's about to be rendered worthless and the stock market is going to collapse. You call me crazy. You know why? Because Bitcoin was at an all-time high, gold was at an all-time high, the stock market was doing phenomenally. If you had investments, you were doing great. But now, it don't matter if you're middle class, low class, upper class, everybody's feeling the squeeze. Everybody's complaining about the price of groceries. Everybody's talking about how they can't afford a home. And this is everybody. And this is in a very short span of time. But it's like it says in the Bible. It's as if a woman is having a baby. Everything is fine until her water breaks. And now all hell breaks loose. And now we got to get you to the hospital ASAP. That's what we're seeing now. Go ahead and get to 40.
Verse 40. O my people, hear my word. Make you ready to the battle. And in those evils, be even as pilgrims upon the earth.
So it's like I said, right? You're going to have to be ready to be a pilgrim upon the earth. That's why we're trying to explain to our people now. Don't get attached to your worldly things. You got time for the Bible? Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. So do you believe in the Bible? Yes. Do you know what tribe you go back to in the Bible? Do you know God has a chosen people in the Bible? Who are those people?
I don't know.
They're called the Israelites. You know, the people who descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Now, what if I told you that we're out here to let the Israelites know to repent and return unto their God? That is our mission. So I'm about to ask you a question, right? Who is your father, or what nationality is he?
Taiwanese?
Taiwanese?
Yes.
Okay. Now, of the Taiwanese, I'm sure, have you been to Taiwan?
Yes.
Okay, cool. In Taiwan, there are black people, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. How are they treated in Taiwan?
Very nice.
Really?
Woo! Black people are very nice.
That's not true, because if y'all treat them any way like Thailand,
No.
the Manique people, the MANIQ, they're the...
Taiwan.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the Negritos in that area, they're all the family. They're the Negroes in Asia. And they were treated as slaves at one time, the Silk Road slave trade. If you're not descended from those people, this message is not for you. Because what if I told you, because of what y'all did to the Israelites, y'all have to pay for that? Give me 2nd Ezra chapter 15 and verse 40. And this is to my camera. The times that are coming upon the earth, the salvation that is coming from the nuclear wars is going to be for the Israelites. See, Christianity has spread to the farthest reaches of the planet. But the reality is, the Most High God He never opened enrollment for salvation.
Right.
He never opened enrollment for other nations to come and claim him as their deity. This is what we are trying to communicate to our people, that they are loved of the Most High God, but with that love comes responsibilities. Go ahead and start, brother.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, verse 40. The great and mighty cloud shall be lifted up, full of wrath, and the star, that they may make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein.
Now start at 46.
Verse 46. And thou, Asia, that art partaker of the hope of Babylon, and art the glory of her person, woe be unto thee, thou wretch, because thou hast made thyself like unto her, and hast decked thy daughters in whoredom, that they might please and glory in thy lovers, which have always desired to come in boredom with thee.
Now, you said you're from Taiwan, right? What's going on with China and Taiwan right now and America? Isn't there like a fight between America butting into the business of China with Taiwan? But aren't the Taiwanese people Chinese by ethnicity? Aren't y'all cousins? Yeah, y'all the same people.
Yeah.
In the Bible, y'all are the Moabites. So when it's saying woe unto Asia, because Asia has made themselves like unto Babylon. Babylon is America. When you go to Taiwan, don't you see cities like this? Yeah. Don't you see people wearing clothes like this? Yeah. They say like American lingo, they do the American dances. But it's saying destruction is supposed to come to you for that. Because that's not your people's way. Keep going, brother.
Verse 48. Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions. Therefore saith God. Verse 49. I will send plagues upon thee, widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence, to waste thy houses with destruction and death. Verse 50. And the glory of thy power shall be dried up as flour when the heat shall arise that is sent over thee.
Now, did you get what he just read? He read what's going to happen to the Chinese as a result of what they've done over the course of their history. Are you familiar with the Silk Road slave trade at all? I would recommend you read up on it. Are you familiar with the Manchu people in China? No? Okay. Are you familiar with the Qing dynasty at all? Qing. Okay, cool. So you know the Kings were a very dark people. They had thick lips and big noses. They looked like Negroes. You know why that is? They were our people. What did they do to the Manchu people after they fell out of power in 1901? Bad things. They were the people they sent over to America to work on the railroads. You know all those Chinese people they sent over here? Look at pictures of them. You'll see big lips, big noses, some case nappy hair. But that's because they're our people. We're spread to all nations on the earth. And whenever we're not in power, our heathen cousins sometimes, because y'all are the children of Lot, y'all do not treat us very kindly. So what we're reading here, again, is the judgment of what has to happen. Now, you do have compulsion to hear the word, right? Do you think keeping the commandments is important of the Bible?
Yeah. No.
How many commandments are there?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. What if I told you there's 613 commandments?
That much?
That much. Now, what if I told you a commandment? Would you keep it?
Maybe.
I'm sorry?
Don't know. I don't know.
You don't know? So if God told you to do something, would you do it?
Maybe. No.
Now, to my camera, what I'm doing is I'm trying the spirit. Because I just said we're scattered to every nation. So my question is, why are you a Christian and a Bible believer if you don't want to do what God tells you to do? You have an answer? No? Don't need one, right? We're going to go ahead and skip. Go ahead and go to Revelations 13 and 9 through 10. I think we've done enough digging to see if this is an Israelite. And I think we're dealing with a Moabite, and that's fine, right? And don't think the smoke is just for you. He looks to be East Indian. Did you know they participated in something called the sub-Saharan slave trade, where they had us in slavery? They have Negro-descended people in India today called the City people, Siddis, or the Dalits, D-A-L-I-T. You know how they treat them? The same way the Taiwanese treat the Negro Thai over there. Whether they be in Thailand, Taiwan, don't matter. Y'all treat us like garbage. As a matter of fact, the Chinese call us the equivalent of a ghost. We're not even people to them. So imagine the Most High God has a chosen people, and your nation treats them like trash and enslaves them. What should happen? Go ahead and get it.
This book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 9.
Bring it out.
If any man have an ear, let him hear.
Listen up.
He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
So he who leads into slavery shall go into slavery. Remember that Silk Road slave trade I just mentioned? How do you think the Great Wall of China got built? You think some Chinese people just got a few hammers and concrete together and built it?
No.
Or did it get built with slave labor? And who do you think the slaves were? Us. So who's going to build that kingdom of heaven? Who's going to build that? Give me Isaiah 60.
Yeah.
See, we're going straight to the point. Because the thing that we have to understand is the Most High God put us in subjectivity to all these nations for our punishment, but also for our reward. Because it wouldn't be just for us to require them to build our kingdom had we have not built a kingdom for them. And I know in your mind, you're probably saying, well, what's so special about y'all? In your neighborhood, you can't even build your own restaurants. You can't even keep your families together. But those are all curses in the Bible that the Israelites would be under. We're only destroyed because someone destroyed us. We don't choose to leave our children. We don't choose to be poor. These are things that are inflicted upon us by our enemies. Go ahead and get it. I want you to start at... just start at 10. This one.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee, for in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Verse 11, therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought.
So did you get that so far? In verse 10 it says the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls. What's a kingdom without walls? It's not a kingdom, right? So when we're returned to our land in Israel, because we're not in our right land, your people are going to be there as well. And you're going to be servants. As you all had us as servants in slavery, we're going to do the same thing to you. Do you think Christ would approve of that? No? What if I told you Revelations 13 and 9 through 10, what he just read, he who leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity, those were the words of Christ. Christ said that.
That's right.
Christ is all for slavery. And I'm going to say this to my camera, to my audience. This is why we tell the heathen to put our book down. This is why we tell them. Because you don't know what you're reading. You don't have a clue. Are you familiar with somebody in the Bible named Balaam in the book of Numbers? He was the equivalent of a Chinese seer or mystic. And he was employed by a king named Balak to try to curse the Israelites when we were doing nothing to your people. The Most High God hasn't forgotten anything, right? Go ahead and give me Ecclesiastes 3 and 15, right? Because we just read in Isaiah 60, starting at 10, that the sons of strangers are going to build up our walls. That they're going to bring their forces unto us. Your forces meaning your gold, your money, your precious stones, your labor. Because one of the things that these other nations have gotten comfortable with is us working for them. That's why when they bring out the cameras and news equipment in these other countries, they don't pan around haphazardly. You know why? You might catch a nigga doing some work. You see that a lot, especially in the Polynesian islands, right? Especially throughout Asia, areas like Vietnam, Thailand, all these different areas. You have a lot of so-called black people walking around. You got a lot of so-called Hispanic people walking around because the Spanish were involved in the slave trade in those regions,
Right.
especially in the Philippines. And all these lands are interconnected, right? Go ahead and get it when you got it. Yeah, 350.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 15.
You know,
That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been, and God requireth that which is past.
that's why we're bringing out that the Most High God requires that which is past. That's why I'm talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. I'm talking about the Silk Road slave trade. Because these are things that our people have forgotten, but God hasn't forgotten at all. These are things that are fresh in the mind of the Most High God, because the day of vengeance is in his son's heart, and his son has a heart after his father. And we're going to read that in Isaiah 63. Go ahead and get that, brother. Isaiah 63. Should be like a page back. Hold on, right? And I want you to start at, start at 4. Right? And just to give it some context, this is a vision that Isaiah is having in Isaiah 63. And he's seeing a man coming from Basra, the capital city of Edom, and he's covered in blood. This man that he's seeing is Jesus Christ. Right? As a matter of fact, start at 1. Because we ain't going to skip none of that. Right?
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 63, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? This that is glorious in his apparel, travailing in the greatness of his strength. I that speak is righteous
In righteousness.
in righteousness, mighty to save. Verse 2, wherefore art thou red in thy apparel, in thy garments, like him that treadeth in the wine fat?
So what we're seeing is we're seeing the vision of Yahushua returning from Basra covered in blood. And Isaiah is asking, wherefore art thou red in thine apparel? Why are you covered in red? Why do you look like somebody who's been treading grapes all day and has wine staining their garment? Let's see what Christ has to say. Go ahead and get it.
Verse 3, I have trodden in the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain on my raiment.
So, even though she's looking at her phone, that's cool, right? We're bringing this out for our people. Because, see, she don't understand one of these days, she's going to have to face down Yahushua and the mighty men of the Lord. And we're going to stain our garments in that day. To you nations that have put us in slavery, we're going to stain our garments. When our God gives us the green light, we are going to open up on these people.
Right.
And most of y'all calling yourselves Christians, you don't know what you worship at all. You don't have a clue. Hold that real quick. I'm going to grab something real quick. And I'm going to prove it. All praises. Right? Because if you ain't interested in doing what God tells you to do, I don't know why you even stopped. I'm going to be real with you. Right? But we're going to go to John 4. It's a lot. Right? We can get back on the lesson. Drop that. We can get back on the lesson. This is John, chapter 4 and verse 22.
Bring it out.
Ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him. So when I asked that damn Moabite, if God told you to do something, would you do it? And she said, maybe. That tells me you're not an Israelite. Because we have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. And I've never had an Israelite tell me that they would deliberately disobey God simply because it's not convenient. Now, I've had Israelites wrestle with the scriptures. Or they've said, God know my heart. See, those are Israelisms. Or niggerisms, I'll say. Right? But to have somebody straight up go, you know what, maybe if it suits me, I'll obey God. And they say they're from Taiwan, yeah, you're not our people. Why stop? Just go eat some spiders or some bats. Have a good time. Yeah, eat some frogs and shit. And I don't know if you've seen on YouTube, their people literally do eat spiders. Yeah, sometimes alive. Yeah, they're very sick people. Get that. Moab is my wash pot. Let me get that. See, I don't get to talk to many Moabites. And I don't know what possessed her to stop. I'm really kind of trying to figure out why she stopped. Right? But
Yes, it's that little example of that the heathen listen faster than our people.
come on.
60 and 8.
Man. That, yeah, go ahead and get it. It's like the Most High God said to Ezekiel, if I sent you unto a strange nation of a hard speech or a foreign speech, they would have repented long ago. But I'm sending you to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, the most hard-headed, stiff-necked niggas on the planet. Good luck. Good luck. Jeremiah had to be given the same message. Jeremiah said, I'm just a kid. And God said, I'm going to send you anyway. I'm going to make the words in your mouth fire and the people wood. And you going to burn them up. And where did Jeremiah spend most of his life? In jail. In and out of jail. Getting beat up by the Israelites. Getting death sentences put on him only to be commuted at the last moment. Because he stayed the course in serving the Lord. See, she don't understand everything our people have been through. And guess what? She don't give a fuck. Because she gets to walk around America and have a good old time. Not understanding everything has a cost. Everything. Nothing is free. Go ahead and get it, brother.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 60, verse 8. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoe.
So a wash pot is something that is full of filth. Why? Because you wash things over. When you come in from walking around, what do you wash your feet over? Back in those days, a wash pot. So it would be full of all types of filth and refuse. And then over Edom shall I cast my shoe. Look at these descriptors that are being used. These heathen are really our servants. This is something that the world is going to be reintroduced to. And that is the Israelites being the ultimate people on the planet. The elevated people on the planet. The pedestalized people on the planet. You know how everybody talks about putting people on pedestals? The Most High God put us on the pedestal.
That's right.
And this is something that her people are going to come to understand. The Russians are going to come to understand it, which are the Edomites. The Edomites here are going to come to understand it. But they're only going to understand it by way that we understood the Most High God, and that's through judgment. They got to get judged first, right? Let's get back on the lesson, though. Can you go back to 2nd Ezra 16, and we're going to do 31 through 35. And again, we're not going to get through the whole lesson, y'all. We're just going to get through enough to really drive this point home. Because I brought out a monumental lesson, and I got stuck in traffic, so there you go.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 16. He says,
Yeah. We'll start at 31.
verse 31. Even so, in those days, there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travail therethrough.
So not only are there going to be few men, but again, all these areas where trees and plants are growing, you're going to see them spring up with weeds, all types of plants that have a chance to flourish when they're left alone, because no one's going to be around to cut them or trim them. Have you ever had like a backyard where you kind of just let it go for about 8 months or 3 or 4 months? You go back there, it's like a safari. You got to wade through the grass. You hearing all types of like hissing and crawling and moving animals and set up shop. That's what's going to happen here.
Like the grass.
And one of the things that they don't talk about is who's going to manage all those animals in the zoos. They're going to let them animals out. What you think a lion or a tiger gonna do when he walking around and there's no one to check it? You gotta remember, On the African plain, the lion can't hunt everything. He can't hunt a hippo or an alligator or an elephant. Those are animals that can kill a lion. But out here, what can kill a lion? Nothing. How about a gorilla? All these different animals, they're going to be out here. And they're going to be hungry. And we're going to be at our weakest state. And most of us don't even know how to survive outside of a house. Most of us are glued to our phone. We go from our phone in bed to a computer chair with a computer, to the grocery store, to the toilet, back to the bed. That's more or less our lives. We're not prepared to go live out in the wild, be pilgrims upon the earth. But that's exactly what the Bible is telling us we need to prepare for. And most of us are woefully prepared. Keep going, brother.
Verse 33. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms, and women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. Verse 34. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine.
And this is something that's going to happen to all nations. You notice that's a Chinese woman walking around by herself. You never see that from their nation. When's the last time you saw a Vietnamese or a Taiwanese woman walking around by herself with no man, no family? That's the first time I've ever seen it. Ain't it your first time? Your first time, brother? Brother
You
Doug?
know what? Now that I think of it, nah, I seen it.
Okay, but not a lot though.
Nah, not a lot.
You can count it on one or two hands. Because I
Not
could tell.
being as old as she was. She look like she's in her 30s or 40s. Not that old.
And you know what they call women like that? Shin Yu, meaning leftover woman. My wife hated when I say that shit because I learned it and I just say it all the time, making fun of women who out their mind. They call them Shin Yu, call them leftover women. She's of the age in her culture where she couldn't get married if she had the best pussy on the planet and she was rich. I'm just throwing it out there the way it is. Because in other cultures, a woman's value is in her fertility and her youth.
You know, Japan is hiring brothers to go over there
Yep.
and mate with the women.
Yep. And they pay them about $70,000 per kid
Yeah,
because they're under a population crisis right now.
yeah. The
And
men
it's
don't
a-
want to marry the women over there.
Correct. And here's the thing. All the women of the earth are running to Jake because all the men of the earth are shooting blanks. See, they ain't talking about that either. That's why the white man real angry because he can't have a child even if he wants to. Sperm count is going down. I think the white man has lost over about 80% of his sperm since like the 1940s. So they're basically steroid. And that's all these nations. But who's still having baby after baby after baby? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. And these nations know if you don't have a young or a future generation that's going to inherit the economy, inherit the jobs, then your nation's at an end. That's why Japan, they're trying to get out ahead of it. And they're like, hey, black men, come over here, have babies. We'll pay you.
America said, hey, no more abortion.
Yeah. America said no more abortion. They cut that shit off. IVF. Yeah. You talking about IVF? Hey, have you seen the artificial wombs that the white man has come out with? They literally have a robot that has an artificial womb, and they're saying all a man has to do is ejaculate in the robot, and they'll put the woman's egg in there. It'll fertilize the egg, and it'll have it grow in the robot. Shit is abominable.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. But all these things are happening because of the judgments of the Most High. All right. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight? Couple minutes? It says. See, all these calamities are coming up on the earth. And all we're trying to do is warn our people. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all are God's chosen people.
That's right.
Y'all the Israelites. But see, they don't understand, man. When the tight times come, when I say tight times, I'm talking about no food in HEB, no food in Walmart, no electricity in your block. Shalom, brother. You gotta go?
Yeah.
All right. Be safe, brother. But the times that are coming up on the earth, our people are not prepared for it. And we're trying to warn our people while they have an opportunity to change. And you see, the young and the old, more times than not, they don't care. But you just saw a heathen sit, and she was hoping this word was for her. But the unfortunate reality is, she's got to pay for the sins of her father. Just because Just because it ain't happening or she's not paying right now doesn't mean God forgot, as I said earlier. And not to mention, we pay for our sins, so why shouldn't they? You got time for the Bible, brother?
No, not right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, are you Mexican by chance?
No,
What are you?
Indian.
Indian?
Yeah.
From, are you Punjabi?
No, I'm Christian.
No? Well, okay. All right. Hey, what's up, brother? But just to let you know, we're out here to let the Israelites of the Bible, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, and the scattered Israelites abroad, we're here to let them know to repent and return to God. In India, y'all have two groups of people, the Dalits and the city people. They are Bantu descended Indians. That means they're Negroes, in other words. They're our people over in India.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the Untouchables in India? No?
No.
Research them when you get home.
All right.
Yeah,
I will.
but have a good one, man.
I will. Thank you. You too.
You got time tonight? Okay. But you doing good though? Well, can you catch the video online? You got my YouTube, right? Watch the video, bro. I'm glad to see it. You good, bro? Good. I just want to ask you. If you need to request money, just send me a text. Just explain why you need it. And then other than that, I'll get it. Okay, brother, keep it. But if you got time, I don't think I'm gonna be out here after 10 tonight. But if you come back through, come see me. I'm thinking 9 or 9:30. I'll probably get out. All praises, brother. All right, Ernest, be safe, brother. All praises. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's a spider crawling around somewhere. But see, even our brothers who don't have time, they come back and see the camp. You know what I'm saying? They check in, they make sure, like, hey, so where y'all putting these lessons up at? So we can let them know, hey, check it here. You ain't got to stay in front of the camp to y'all who are listening. If you stop in front of IUIC, GMS, Sakari, V-Light of Zion, etc., you don't have to stay the whole time. Just get their YouTube. There's a reason why you have all this technology. Use it for your benefit. One of the things that we see in prophecy is that it says that all these things, like these calamities, are going to happen before our eyes. But how is that going to happen? Do you have to be there, or can you see it on the internet? That's what the Bible's talking about. You're going to see a lot of these calamities come up on the earth, and they're not going to come near you. Well, how is it possible for a hurricane to be a calamity and it not come near you? The internet. That's why in Spain right now, they're having history-making floods. That the city of Valencia is basically completely destroyed. But here in America, they don't talk about it. But that's another judgment that has befallen the heathen, and yet it hasn't come near us. It's the miracle of the internet, and the Most High God had it come to be for a reason. So you can get this truth, whether you be present or absent and at home. Right? But yeah, go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verse 4.
Break it up.
But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
Shall be what?
Shall be increased.
So knowledge is being increased. You got to remember, this during the time of Daniel, this is during the time of the Persians and the Medes. This is about 570 AD. No, I'm sorry, BC. Right? So you're talking about over 2,000 years ago. Right? About 2,500 years ago. These are the prophecies that men like Daniel saw. And while he was consulting an angel, the angel told him to close the book and seal it. And basically he let him know, hey, you're not going to be able to figure out what all this means until basically enough time passes. You see enough of these prophecies come to fruition so that you can reread these words and go, oh, I see what he was saying. Oh, I see what he meant by this. And then you can go back through like the prophecy of the beast with the 7 heads and 10 horns. Right? And you can now see what that is. The only reason why we can get that breakdown now is because we are post-Roman Empire. Because we know the 7 heads are the 7 provinces of Rome. We also know that America is the rebirth of the Roman Empire. Remember how it said on that beast it had a head that looked like it was wounded to death, but it didn't die? Well, Rome was wounded as if it died, but yet it is here.
Right.
So the beast that was and was not, but yet is. But during that time it was sealed. But now it's unsealed, and knowledge has been increased. That is an example of what that means here. Keep going. Or is that all you know? Okay, cool. And that's the knowledge that we're trying to share with our people. Because more times than not, our people, when they read this book, they don't know what they're reading. They simply pick up the book, they read John 3 and 16, and then they flush the toilet, and they start their day. Because, I mean, let's be real. Most people reading the Bible on the shit. And that's not how you're supposed to, basically relegate God in your life. You don't relegate him to a time where you're trapped in a room doing your business. You're supposed to sacrifice time for the Most High so you can study and show yourself approved. And that's why most of these heathen, when they stop, they don't have the first frame of reference for what we're talking about or what we're reading. And we end up talking at them instead of with them, right? But, brother, can you go ahead and give me Isaiah 49 and 24 through 26? Because the Most High God is going to repay all these nations. And he's going to repay them according to their works. Again, that's why I brought up the Silk Road slave trade. And ain't it funny? She knew who the King dynasty was, right? But she didn't know that those people were our people. We civilized China. We also civilized, North and South Korea. There was a group of people called the Kadara. There were the Negroes in that land before basically Moab was able to rise to prominence. They were called the Kadara. And they were a dark-skinned Negroid people. And we civilized that area. That's why everywhere you go in this world, if you dig down deep enough, what color does history turn? Black. And it's like that all over the earth. That's because Jacob is the former of all things, as it says in Jeremiah 51 and 19. Go ahead and get it. Get me 49 and 24 through 26.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 22.
24 through 26.
Verse 24. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered? But thus said the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with them that contended with thee, and I will save the children, thy children. Verse 26. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob.
See, and that's how all these nations are going to come to know the Lord. It's like I told that Moabite. You're going to come to know the Lord the same way we did. And that's through his judgment.
Right.
And when we're trying to explain to people that you should know that the Most High God is responsible for you being enslaved. Because ain't no Chinese man stronger, smarter, faster than us. Ain't no white man stronger, smarter, faster than us. Ain't no heathen better than us. So how the hell are we on the bottom? It's because of the judgments of God. Right. In the same way we were judged by the Most High God, they're about to be judged by the Most High God. Dare I say, they're being judged right now. That's why you're seeing Asian women walking around by themselves with no man, no family. That's why you're seeing population crises happening in all these different nations. That's why you're seeing them turn to Christianity. Because they're trying to find any foothold that will preserve them in the times to come. Unfortunately, this pattern here in the Bible is full. The only people getting saved are the Israelites.
That's right.
Brother, can you get me Isaiah 59 and 18 through 21? Right? Because like I said earlier, it's according to their deeds that they're going to be paid back. That's why we constantly get the question from the heathen, and heathen sympathizers among our people. How is it right for us to do to them what they did to us? It's only right because the Most High God has ordained it so. And that's enough for us. That's why when we try to bring up what God has written in his word, these other nations don't care. But they shouldn't. You know why? Because this ain't their God. This is our God.
That's right.
The problem is we're not in rulership to enforce the will of God upon the nations. And that's exactly the way God wants it right now, because we're supposed to be on the bottom. We're supposed to be in perdition. But he's going to turn our captivity, and when he does, they're going to come to know God the same way we do. Go ahead and get it.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 59, verse 18. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay. Fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense. Verse 19. So shall they fear them, it's like a fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him. Verse 20. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob, saith the Lord. As for me, this is my covenant with them, saith the Lord. My spirit that is upon thee, and thy words which I have put in thy mouth, shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of the mouth of the seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seed's seed, saith the Lord, from henceforth and forever.
So, that was a lot. In 18, it talks about the Most High God repaying these heathens according to what they've done to us. Now, it's very fortunate that that's all the Most High God is going to do. You know why? Because all these heathen didn't do what the white man did to us. For instance, the Persians allowed us to go rebuild our temple under King Cyrus. Now, we were still in slavery. They still did wrong by us, but they didn't do wrong to the point where there's no redemption. You see what I'm saying? There's only a punishment needed. Same thing with the so-called Moabites. Because when you look at how most of these heathen have behaved when they've lived amongst us, they force us to assimilate. That's why you don't hear about too many so-called Negro Chinese. You know why? Because they don't call themselves Negro or anything else. They call themselves Chinese.
Right.
Same thing with the cities and the Dalits. They call themselves Indians. Same thing with the Kikuyu people in Kenya. They're Israelites who were taken into the sub-Saharan slave trade, but they call themselves Kenyan or African. So a lot of times these people, they know they're different, they know they're separate, but they are still assimilated into these heathen nations. That's why we have to let them know, hey, you got to come out of these nations because they've done nothing but oppress you. And you have to come back to your heritage and realize that you are part of the family of Israel and repent and keep God's laws.
Right.
That's why I put it to her straight. Would you keep God's laws if you had the choice? Or, as a matter of fact, I know I told her, if God told you to do something, would you do it? And when she gave me a kind of wishy-washy answer, or you know what, it depends, that's not our people. Yeah, she shook her head. But here's the thing. I'm not surprised. I don't expect anything different. Because as I said, the God in this Bible is not her God. If this ain't her God, why should she listen to it? And the closest part, or the closest way they're going to get to God is through his people.
That's right.
Because they are meant to serve us. The same way the closest a woman gets to God is through the man. You know why? Because we are above you in relation to Yahushua. And the closest we get to God is through Yahushua. That's why Yahushua said what? None cometh to the Father but by who? But by him.
That's right.
There's an order to this. And when we're in unison, the Most High God loves us all the same in terms of the Israelites, the man, woman, and child. Because any love he shows to me is going to be shown to you. And any love he shows to you is going to be shown to your children. If he gives me an estate to manage, I can then give you an estate to help me manage. You can have children for me to fill the estate full of happiness and joy. Right? But in 19, we see that an enemy is going to rise up like a flood. That's why we're trying to tell our people now, hey, you need to get ready for the riots, the race wars, the sedition among men that's coming, because they're going to come in like a flood. You need to understand something. If everybody around you can't eat and you got food in your dwelling, they're coming. If you refuse to take the mark and you're teaching other people to do, do likewise as like you, like not taking the mark, they're going to come arrest you. Was it Germany this week? They arrested, damn it, I think it was a politician. But essentially, they're starting to enforce thought crime in Europe. You remember that movie Minority Report? It was like in the early 2000s. But basically, they were using AI and these, like, they were like seers. They were people who were like in a trance-like state. And they would use these people to see what people were doing and what they were thinking. And they would arrest people based on their profile of disposition toward criminal behavior. So say they looked at me and I'm going to work, I don't have a lot of money, but say I'm thinking to myself, I need to steal to make ends meet. I need to sell drugs to make ends meet. I haven't even done anything yet. They're coming to arrest me. During the time where they have the mark of the beast and all these other things going on, you're not going to be able to dissent like we're doing right here. Preaching the word, letting the heathen know that they're going to get back what they put out. These are going to be arrestable offenses. And they're going to start arresting people based on if you're praying in public, if you're reading the Bible in public, if you're talking about God. What's it called? Man, the Jewish man, they're like Sanhedrin laws or some shit. Oh, that I'm going to look up right now. Hold on, slide. Give me a second.
They already got the surveillance system set up, and the cameras everywhere.
Calm.
And China, they got that whole system where they pretty much see everything that's going on. What is it called?
The all-seeing eye.
I'm sorry?
The all-seeing eye.
You talking about surveillance systems and cameras and stuff like that?
It's just like a special type of term they use for like where they pretty much see everything that's going on, and they can, based on how you operate, they can take away certain privileges. They can keep you from traveling. They can keep you from working just because you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, but didn't necessarily commit a crime yet. China's already doing something like that.
I'm trying to find this real quick because basically there's laws that are on the books in America where essentially they, like the same law that they're going to use to put people to death for not worshiping their God and beheading them, these are all laws that are basically put together under Jewish law that have been put into the American legislative system. So I'm trying to find the name of it. Give me 1 second. Jewish, is it some Sanhedrin laws or something like that? That's whatever. I'll find it later. But brother, can you go ahead and give me Jeremiah 25 and 14 through 16? Right? Because the Most High God is going to pay these nations back according to their deeds, and it's going to be all of them. But the way they're going to be paid back is through the cup of trembling. Go ahead and get it.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 25, verse 14.
Bring it out.
For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also, and I will recompense them according to their deeds and according to the works of their own hands. Verse 15. For thus saith the Lord God of Israel unto me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink it. And they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Verse 17. Then took I the cup at the Lord's hand, and made all the nations to drink unto whom the Lord had sent me. Verse 18. To wit, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah and the kings thereof and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation and an astonishment and hissing and curse as it is this day.
That's all I need right there. Right? But those laws are called the Noahide laws. Noahide. I'll spell it for you. I found it. It's Noahide, laws, Noahide laws. If you are not familiar with that, and that I'm talking to my camera. If you are not familiar with these laws,
H.I. what?
it is Noahide, then laws, Noahide laws. If you are not familiar with these laws, you need to get very familiar with them very quickly. These are going to be the very same laws that they use to persecute the men and women of the Lord who refuse to take the mark, who refuse to renounce the God of the Bible and worship Satan, essentially. You need to understand something. The days we're coming into, they're gonna pass legislation to justify their wickedness, right? It's in the book of Daniel, where basically they frame their mischief by law, and through policy they cause their craft to prosper in their hand.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get that. Hold on, let me do it. Frame mischief. We gonna cover what we just read, but I wanna make sure we get this.
Sounds like second language. Not one eats wine,
Mm-hmm.
torturing us, our children.
See, and that's why becoming familiar with what Jacob's trouble is very important. Because all these different tortures that they've done to us for simply trying to uphold the laws of God according to the Bible, they're going to do it again on a higher scale, right? Hold Daniel 8:25, but I'm gonna go ahead and cover this real quick, right? Because when it's talking about great nations and kings serving themselves to the Israelites, this is talking directly about slavery, right? And again, I'm referencing Jeremiah 25 and verse 14, right? And when it talks about the wine cup of fury that we had to drink from and taking it to these nations, that's the cup of trembling. That's the cup that we had to drink of slavery. And we drank it to the dregs. You know what the dregs are in alcohol. You know, say you drinking some wine, you know, say you drinking out of a keg. Do you want the very last of what's in that keg at the bottom? No. Because a lot of times it's solid, it's like crumbs and all that, you know, it's basically, it's
Backwash.
I'm sorry?
Backwash.
Well, it's not just backwash, but it's like the manufacturing like byproduct of the wine that's in there. It's everything that you don't want. It's like if you're drinking, say you're drinking vodka, you know the worm that's in it. You don't want to drink the worm. Some people do, but you don't want to actually eat that because you can get alcohol poisoning from that, right? That's a form of dreg in alcohol, right? We drank the very bottom of that cup of trembling. And now Jeremiah is being told through the Spirit to take this same cup to the other nations. And if you read Jeremiah 25 and 21 all the way through to about 25, it goes through all the different enemies. It's basically the same list of enemies that you get in Psalms 83. So all the heathen are going to have to drink of this cup. And they have to drink of this cup because they are worthy. They made us to drink. Right? Go ahead and get that in Daniel.
This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 25. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
Y'all got time for the Bible tonight? A couple minutes? Now it says. But, so, what we're seeing is, it's not only do they make unrighteous decrees, but they pass laws to permit themselves to do wickedness. See, and that's one thing that our people, they never suppose that the white man would do such a thing. They say to themselves, you know what, who would pass laws to put people in slavery? Who would pass laws to indefinitely put someone in prison with no trial? They do that here. The only thing that's happened so far is they haven't done it to you. Remember Guantanamo Bay? Everybody remembers that after 9/11. The so-called terrorists that George Bush Jr. and his ilk were arresting, they were sending them to Guantanamo Bay. And they were sitting in that prison for years. Some of them are still in Guantanamo Bay to this day, and they've never had a trial. And it started to come out what they were doing to those prisoners. Some of them refused to eat. They were force feeding them with feeding tubes. They were raping them, making them lay on top of each other in piles, butt naked, while the correctional officers posed beside them, throwing thumbs up with, with their glasses on and shit, like sunglasses, trying to look cool. They were doing all types of crazy stuff. But how do I know they would do something like that? Because they did that to us during slavery. One of the things they used to do to slaves who refused to eat, they would break your teeth open and force food down your throat. They do that today. If you refuse to eat long enough, they'll put a feeding tube and they'll basically intubate you. They'll strap your hands and your feet down to a table and they will put a feeding tube in your throat. And you will have to eat. You won't have a choice. But they were doing the same thing to these people. You know why? Because the Most High God is going to use these heathen to judge other heathen. Because those are unlawful acts. We can't do that. But don't they have to be recompensed according to their ways, according to the Bible? Yes. So what if they did butt breaking? What if they burned us alive? What if they force fed us instead of letting us starve to death? That means it has to happen to them. And that's exactly part of the cup of trembling. That's part of all those judgments. Right? What else is there? Nah, that's all we need. Right. Can you go ahead and go to Isaiah 66 and 14 through 18? Right? Because one of the things we're trying to communicate to our people is that there's nowhere to run to and there's nowhere to hide. Some of our people are trying to run back to Ghana, trying to run back to the west coast of Africa, thinking, you know what, America's going to get destroyed, everything will be fine in Africa. I got news for you. The judgment is going to encompass the whole earth. There will be nowhere to go. Get it when you got it.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, verse 14.
Bring it up.
And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb, and the hand of the Lord shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation towards his enemies. Verse 15, behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire.
So the Most High God is going to send his angels to deliver his judgment. When it says that he's going to come with his chariots like a whirlwind. Well, what is a chariot? We know the chariots are the vehicles in which the angels go to and fro throughout the earth.
Right.
Let's see what those chariots are going to do. Keep going, brother.
Verse 15. Verse 16. For by fire.
For by what?
For by fire.
For by what?
For by fire.
So we know the Most High God's not going to flood the earth anymore, right? Didn't he promise next time it'd be by fire? Yes, he did. So all these UFOs that you're seeing all over the earth, all these angels that are setting up in war zones, setting up over missile ranges, airports, and miscellaneous places all over the earth, they're just waiting on the signal to go. They're already in place. They're already ready. Keep going.
Will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many.
Many, many people are going to die. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say it the way it is. Most people are going to die. And I'm going to get more personal with it. Most people that you know are going to die. And I say the same thing for me. How many of your loved ones have you tried to tell about this truth? That they're an Israelite? How many of them want to hear it? You can count it on one hand, can't you? And that's if you got any at all. I can't even count it on one hand. You know why? Because nobody in my family wants to hear about it. Nobody. But that's why Yahweh shall let it be known that the Most High God is going to take one of a family and two of a city. Now you're seeing why so many people don't stop. Because it was never meant for them in the first place. Most High God chose already. You were sanctified from the very beginning to live the life you were going to live, hear this truth, it resonate with you, and you wake up. Everybody else, it was never given to them to wake up. They're just going to live their lives, and they're going to die in their ignorance. to y'all watching who are new, don't let that sway you from serving God. Because just as you lose them on this side, they will be given back to you in the kingdom of heaven. Be patient. Keep going, brother.
Verse 17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord.
Now keep in mind, this is talking about people who are eating abominable foods like pork, like a mouse or a rodent. You're not supposed to eat that, right? That's how serious the Most High God is about his laws. He's saying that some of the people who are going to die are simply going to perish because they can't get their diet straight. Can you imagine dying in thermonuclear fire because you couldn't put pork down? Or how about you couldn't stop smoking blunts? Or you couldn't stop making whores of your sister? You couldn't get out the strip club? Now, we hear these things and we go, you know what? That's not worth the trip to the kingdom the first time around being part of the first fruits. I will happily put those things down and serve God. But how many other people have you tried to tell and they're like, I ain't doing this shit? Most people. Again, because many are called, but few are what? Chosen. Like a drop is to a wave of ocean water. That's how many people are going to be saved. Just a drop. Remy. Keep going, brother. Keep going.
Verse 18. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. Verse 19.
No, that's it. So when it says that he will gather all nations in tongues, and they shall come and they shall see his glory, that's talking about the battle of Armageddon. They're going to see the glory of the Lord. Because what is the glory of the Lord? His judgment. And what does his judgment look like now? Intercontinental missiles that fall out of the sky like stars. I'm going to show you a video before you leave tonight, Miss Tammy, of the missiles that were fired on Ukraine from Russia. As a matter of fact, while I'm doing this lesson, I'm going to pull it up for you right now. I want you to see it. And the reason why I want you to see it, it's going to give you context for what I'm saying. Because again, and this is to my camera, I keep bringing it up because if you did not see those missiles fall on Ukraine, you do not understand what's coming. Check this out. You see those lights falling from the sky? Those were the ICBMs that Russia launched on Ukraine. I want to go back. That's all I need you to see. One more time. How do you defend against that? You don't. Look at this, y'all. Where the camera at? You see them lights falling from the sky? That's what Vladimir Putin just fired on Ukraine. And those are the very same types of missiles that are going to be fired on America. Got time for the Bible, sir? Straight? All right, man.
So they're gonna drop bombs here in America.
Yeah. Of that variety. Bombs that cannot be shot down. It looked like the sky flashed, and then just light, pillars of light hit the ground. You saw it. And they hit in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Bible says that basically they will not break their rank. They won't miss their target. He said he's straight. But what if the air raid sirens went off right now? Now you know what's coming here. Would you be straight without God if you heard those air raid sirens going off? If you knew missiles were coming to America, would you be okay without God? No. And now we're starting to see why the angels have to gather us and take us away from here. Because if they don't take us away, what's going to happen? We're going to die in those missiles. Now, keep in mind, the missiles that you saw just fall, Russia made sure that they told the world that these missiles have no warheads on them. So basically, those were empty missiles. So although they lit up, because they only lit up because they were going so fast. Heating in the atmosphere, you know, air friction, all that stuff going fast, they heat up. But when they struck a target, they didn't have an explosive ordnance in it. So they didn't explode. Now imagine each of those missiles having a nuclear warhead in it. Now you're starting to get the picture. Now, Russia's not playing. God isn't playing. Get me Proverbs 21:1. Right? Russia put out this test. Not just for Ukraine, not just for the NATO allies in America. The Most High God put it in the heart of Vladimir Putin to do this demonstration for his people. So that when we tell them that judgment is coming, they can look and go, oh shit, that's what it looks like. I don't want no part of that. How do I repent? But more times than not, you get the same response that we just got. I'm good, I'm straight. But he don't know what's going on. Get it when you got it.
This book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 1.
Bring it up.
The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of water. He turneth it whithersoever he will.
So the Most High God is turning the hearts of these kings one way or another. He's telling them when to go, when to stay, when to attack, when to just bide their time. Because you got to remember, 20 years ago, Russia basically was a destroyed nation. Because you had the USSR, then they fell apart in the early 90s. Russia is just now getting on their feet. And normally it takes a nation decades, if not centuries, to recover.
Right.
But Russia managed to turn it all around in a matter of about 20 years. You know why that is? It's according to prophecy. Because that's Gog and Magog. That's Meshach and Tubal that you read about in Ezekiel 38. And they're a guard unto the lesser nations. You know, they're a guard unto nations like Libya, nations like Ethiopia, nations like India, Persia, Iraq, Iran, all these different nations. Guess who their allies are today? Russia. So the Most High God is orchestrating all of these things according to prophecy.
Right.
That's why when we hear our people say that they're good, but they believe in the Bible, but yet you don't see them wearing their fringes, you see them breaking the commandments, you know they're not good. You know they're ignorant of everything in the Bible. But our job is only to give them the opportunity to learn. We can't force them to do anything. But, brother, can you go ahead and get me Amos 9 and 8 through 12? Because as I said, and like we just read in Isaiah 66, the Most High God is going to plead with all nations by fire and by his sword. You can't run anywhere. So you Israelites who got a bit of money in your pocket and you think, I'm going to go to Dubai. I'm going to move to a rich nation. I'm going to live it up. You're going to die over there too if you don't repent. This is a judgment coming upon the world. Get it when you got it.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8.
Bring it up.
Behold, the eyes of the Lord, of the Lord God, are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve. Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth.
So if you're not familiar with the process of sifting corn, whenever you have corn or any type of vegetable that has a husk, what you have to do is you have to beat that vegetable until the husk comes off. But what if you have a whole bag or a lot of it? You don't want to have to do it one at a time. What you do is you have a threshing process where you beat them in mass, and then you have a sifting process where you separate the seed from the chaff, or from, you know, the part that goes around the seed. That's what this is talking about.
Right.
This is talking about all the nations are going to be sifted, meaning the Most High God is going to take every group of peoples on the planet, and he's going to carefully pluck his people from among all these nations. And you're not going to just get plucked to be saved. You're going to be plucked for judgment. Because, you know, Yahushua talked about this, the harvest parable, talking about, you know, the wheat and the tares. Most people don't even pick up that Yahushua told you that there were going to be two siftings. There's going to be a sifting of the Israelites and a sifting of the tares. Those who sowed seed among the Israelites. They live amongst us. They look like us. They talk like us. Some of them even believe themselves to be us. But they're not us. And they have to be sifted out and separated. And the tares are going to be put in one place to be burned. Remember how he said the only thing that tares are good for is to be taken up and burned in a fire. What do you think that fire is? Thermonuclear destruction.
That's right.
Again, that's why it's so important that you understand these scripture systems. And to my camera, because we are now talking about seeing the Most High God's implements by which he is going to judge the earth. I ain't gonna lie. I looked at that video of the missiles falling from heaven, and I think I rewatched it at least 10 times. I couldn't believe it, because it looks heavenly, does it not? It looks like pure light falling from the sky. And to think a man put that together. But when you read the Bible, and you see that the Most High God is turning the hearts of these developers, these researchers, these weapons manufacturers. He's guiding everyone, individual and group. He's guiding everyone to accomplish his goal. And now we are seeing the judgment be manifest.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing great.
What are we doing today?
We're letting the white man know that he's going into slavery according to the Bible.
That's
White
right.
man's going to slavery?
Yep, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it
Good
is.
shit.
All praise.
No, for real. Y'all have a good night.
Right? It's like I say, sometimes you just got to be straight up with the white man and let them know you're going into slavery. And you see, their children, they're like, yeah, we deserve it. I want to get that scripture, the children shall complain of an ungodly father, for they shall be reproached for his sake. I'll get it real quick. Give me 1 second. And to you Israelites, or you so-called Christians, right? Because a lot of our people are Israelites who call themselves being part of the white man's church. If you were straight up and honest with your slave master, a lot of times you get more respect. When I put her on the spot, she had an option to act up, but she didn't. You know why? Because it's the truth. That's all. It's the truth. You earned it. You walking around stolen land. You having a good old time. You got the black man in the ghetto, the Hispanic man in the barrio. You deporting the Mexican man as if this ain't his land. You doing all these wicked things. And you gonna look me in the eye and tell me you don't deserve slavery? Of course not. You're gonna agree. The more they know they deserve it. Right? Hold on. All right, brother. Hold on 1 second. I just want you to be here for this one. This is Sirach, chapter 41 and verse 7.
Bring it up.
The children will complain of an ungodly father, because they shall be reproached for his sake. So like how she said, you know what, we deserve it. Yeah, you know why she says that? Because she knows how wicked her father is. Especially a lot of these so-called white women and white girls walking around who've been preyed on by their fathers and their brothers and their uncles. And then they're told by their family, hey, don't say nothing, you're gonna fuck the family up. Don't tell the cops that your father raped you or touched you. That's a family issue. Don't embarrass us. See, a lot of the wickedness that we incur from these heathen, they start in-house. And a lot of their children don't appreciate having to carry around battle scars simply because they grew up in the wrong household. They don't appreciate that. So when they're confronted with the truth, a lot of times their spirit bears witness with it, and they admit, yeah, we deserve it because we did the crime and we deserve the penalty that comes along with it. I'm sorry.
A lot of these heathens is starting to come out, like, confessing, like, evil things that they've done because they can't just hold it in anymore.
Come on.
Like doctors coming out saying, like, yeah, just so y'all know, we did this and this, put this in the medicines and to make y'all sick. Just a lot of these celebrities coming out, confessing, all these corrupt shit is just coming out. People can't hold it in.
Come. Have you ever talked to somebody who's killed somebody? They'll tell you, they see they victim all the time. in their dreams. They see them out the corner of their eye. They see somebody who looks familiar, and they follow that person, trying to get closure. Tell them that they're sorry. Because it's on their spirit, they're being haunted by that person. That's why a lot of these Edomites here in America, they talk about their houses being haunted. They're them seeing shadows and apparitions.
Right.
See, I'm going to tell you something. A lot of Israelites, we don't have those things happening to us. You know why? Because we're the victims.
Right.
We're the ones who became the so-called ghosts. We're the ones who had the torturous deaths, being burned alive, having our children carved out of our stomachs. Yeah, what's up, man?
So when I was in the Air Force, I used to work on airplanes, and when I was stationed in Japan, we had these hangars, and like we would have to go like inspect them to make sure they're clean and everything every day. And there was a particular hangar where people would say like they'll go there at night, and they would see like an apparition or like a ghost type figure of a person hanging, like as if it was string or like a.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey.
And the main ones that would be complaining about that would be like Moabites or like people that were considered Asian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one dude went down there. He said he saw something. He never went back down there. Like, so it was never no Israelite, complaining about it. It was usually some Asian. You know what I'm saying? So.
And for those of y'all who don't think ghosts are in the Bible, read Wisdom of Solomon 17, where it goes into detail about the plagues wherewith the Most High God smote the Egyptians. Remember the plague of darkness that they had? Well, during that darkness, they were seeing ghosts and apparitions. I'm going to get it for you. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and verse 3.
Bring it out.
For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled by strange apparitions. What's an apparition? A ghost. For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but noises as of waters falling down sounded about them, and sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances. What's a sad vision that you might see? How about a slave that you hanged in a forest and used his body as target practice? And now you're seeing him appear whenever you close your eyes trying to go to sleep at night. And you're seeing his bullet-ridden body burned and beaten up, and he wants to stand at the foot of your bed. Or your children are saying that they're seeing you. A lot of white children talk about having an imaginary friend. And when they're asked to describe the imaginary friend, a lot of times they describe somebody who's been beaten or bloodied, or they look pale like they've been drowned. You need to understand something. This whole land is defiled. That's why they see those apparitions, because of the things that they've done to us. The Most High God is plaguing these heathen. And how much more is he going to plague the world today with Jacob's trouble coming up on the earth? That wasn't part of my lesson, but I had to bring that out. Because everybody's saying they're good. Meanwhile, there's all types of strange things happening. But, how much more time you got, brother? If you got to bounce now. All right, brother. All right, brother. Be safe. Can you do me one favor, little brother? Can you run to my car and grab my knife? It's on the, it's between the seat and the center console on the driver's side. It should be on mine. I got it.
Where is it?
It's between the seat and the center console near the seat buckle, or the belt buckle. Right? You know, I gotta have a weapon being out here by myself, you know what I'm saying? I gotta have something. But, you know, because now we're seeing all these judgments come up on the earth. And we're trying to explain to our people that nothing that you're encountering or experiencing in this life is not in this book. Everything is in there. A lot of people, when you bring up spiritual activity, people will sit and go, I normally don't talk about this. I don't like to tell people because it makes me seem crazy. But this is what's happening to me. And then I can go in the Bible and show them, no, it's right here. And you're not crazy. The people who are crazy are the ones who tell you it's all in your head. Because guess what? To the people who tell you it's all in your head, in their head, they're thinking, well, if it's real, I have another thing to worry about. Have another thing to be scared of. And then there are occurrences that happen in their life where they go, damn, that was a ghost. I remember one time I was driving home from work. And this is way back in the day. I think I was working at AT&T as a customer service rep, tech support. But I got lost. And I was driving in a neighborhood, and it was a fog came out of nowhere. I've never seen fog come out of nowhere like this. And I saw a shadow walk across the road. As I was driving up, it basically skittered across the road. Thank you, man. Right? But, you know, so when the brother says that, you know, that they saw a figure hanging and swinging like it was swinging from a noose in a hanger, I believe it. Because I've seen ghosts myself. Not to mention, I've had angels stop at this very same place and save my life. Because I told you, a brother saved my life from an Edomite walking around with a knife. And I never saw that brother again. And apparently he worked somewhere downtown. Right? But we going to get a few more scriptures and then we going to hang it up. Let me put this knife on real quick. Back to it.
See you later. Good to see you.
So, be safe, brother. Shalom, shalom. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit up Jeremiah 27 through 23. Did we already read that? Let me check. All right, Jeremiah 25, 27 through 33. And if we already read it, we'll move on. Nope, that's the cup of Trinity. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and move on. So we're going to go to Isaiah. Actually, no, we read that too. Okay, cool. We're actually further along than I thought. Let's go to Psalms 34 and 15 through 20. Right? Because with all these things coming up on the earth, if you weren't aware of who the God of the Bible is, you might think that his hand is shortened, where it can't save you. But you have to understand something. The Most High God not only hears the cries of the righteous, but he's going to defend them. This is Psalms 34 and 14. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. So the Most High God, his ear is always inclined unto those who are righteous and keep his laws. That's why one of the things that our people have to understand is what righteousness is. We're going to grab that real quick. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 6 and 25. Because if the Most High God has his ears inclined unto the righteous, well, how are you righteous in the eyes of God? These are the types of questions that your pastor should be answering. But the reality is, most of the time, your pastor is completely unfamiliar with what God requires of his people. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 25. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all his commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. So it will be our righteousness if we do his commandments, or his commandments. If we obey his laws, the Most High God will honor our prayers and hear them. Doesn't mean he'll fulfill them, but he'll hear them. Because sometimes the greatest favor the Most High God can do you is not giving you the desires of your prayers. Because sometimes we pray for things short-sighted. For instance, a man might pray for a wife, not understanding a righteous woman won't cross his path for another year or so. So if there are no righteous women around and you're praying for a wife, why would God go out of his way to give you an unrighteous woman? Your prayers are not always to be honored. See, I love people pretend like we're not here. You know, and the thing is, when people need guidance and wisdom, that's when they drop the act of trying to pretend like they don't see people. All of a sudden, I'll take anybody who can tell me what's going on. But those are going to be the days where the men of the Lord won't be here. And the eyes and the ears of those who stopped and listened and paid heed to the prophets, you're going to be rewarded for it. Because you're going to be able to show yourself a diligent servant to the Most High God by keeping his commandments. Because that's what this is all about, keeping God's commandments. Resisting even through the hour of temptation. Because there's going to come a time where our enemies are going to demand that you break God's laws. They're going to demand that you take the mark of the beast, which is a microchip. The RFID microchip. I hope I'm not triggering the sensors to get this shit taken down, but if I am, fuck it. Eventually, they're going to force you to do these things. And you're going to have to say no, even if it means getting your head chopped off. Just keep that in mind, right? But now we know what righteousness is in the eyes of the Lord, right? So let's go back to Psalms. This is Psalms 34 and 15. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. The face of the Lord is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. So not only does the Most High God incline his ear toward the righteous, but he reserves his wrath against the wicked. He operates directly against them by sending scourges for amendment. Scourges like, say I want to go to the strip club, and then I drink a little too much, I get a little too rambunctious, and I get jumped and beat up at the strip club. That's a left-hand judgment that I incurred that should tell me, A, 1, don't get drunk, and B, don't go, and 2, or B, don't go to the strip club. Don't make whores of your sisters. All these different things are these sins are the reason why you've been chastised. But it is a scourge for amendment. Again, that's why I say we know the Lord more than anybody. Because whenever we engage in these types of behaviors, the Most High God sends a left-hand angel or agent, right? Not always a messenger, sometimes just an actor. Somebody who basically is there to give you a hard time, rough you up, or take your life in a negative direction. And it's to correct you, right? Where we going? We're going between. Cool. Verse 17, the righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Now, I want to focus on this for a second, because I understand you can't always get everything 100% right. But you should aspire to be as correct and as perfect in keeping God's laws as you can. And when you do fall off, you don't do so proudly. A contrite spirit is somebody who feels guilt about the things that they do wrong. They think on those matters and they say, you know what, I'm going to try better next time. I'm going to try harder next time. Because doesn't it say that a righteous man falleth 7 times? That's to mean a righteous man is going to fall the number that he needs, a complete number. Right? 7 is a complete number. Represents completion. So you're going to fall as many times as it takes for you to get up and walk correctly. That's why we are told to offend less. Right? This is Psalms 34 and 19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of all of them. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. Now you saw that prophecy right there fulfilled in Yahushua. None of his bones were broken, though he got crucified and hung on a cross. But none of his bones were shattered or broken. That's according to the scriptures. But it's the same thing with God's righteous servants. Being righteous doesn't mean that you're perfect 100% of the time. it means 100% of the time you're striving for righteousness. You know what I'm saying? When you're given the options of doing the right or the wrong thing, you do your best to choose righteousness. All right? Let's go ahead and slide over. Let's slide over to Zephaniah 1 and 12 through 18. Right? Because we're about to talk about the day of the Lord. All right? Because the day of the Lord is so close that you should be able to feel it. And the reason why I say you should be able to feel it, before I get Zephaniah, we're going to go back to Joel chapter 2. Because one of the things that's happening now is that a lot of people are having dreams. Right? See, and we're trying to tell our people that the end is so close that people are putting up videos recounting dreams that they've had, dreams of war, nuclear war, dreams of being taken up in chariots. Literally, Israelites are reporting dreams of being taken up in chariots and taken back to Israel. The Most High God is pouring his Spirit out on all flesh. Let's see what it says here in the Bible about that. This is Joel, chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh. And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. And your old men shall dream dreams. And your young men shall see visions. That's what's happening. We're so close to the end that the Most High God is making it so that no matter where you turn, there's somebody that can go, hey, I had a dream. Or have you read this in the Bible? Or hey, do you know about Yahweh and Yahushai? If you are part of God's elect, you can be edified anywhere you go. Because the Most High God is pouring his Spirit upon all flesh. That's why now we're putting this message out as if our lives depend on it. Because they do. Our lives depend on this message going out as it has been commanded for us to teach it. Our lives depend on it. Because if I don't warn the wicked of his wicked way, and he continues to sin and do his thing, and he gets punished, he's going to die in his sins, yes. But I'll be responsible for it too. And I'm going to die right alongside him. See, and you still see our people riding about, having a good old time. See, and that's why a lot of the young men are going to die in these wars. Because America's about to institute a draft. They're going to have to. Their military recruitment numbers are at an all-time low. They don't have enough soldiers. So if you don't have enough soldiers that volunteer, what do you have to do? You have to force them to join. That's what a draft is. You receive a letter in the mail saying you've been selected for selective service. You are to report to location X by this day, by this time. Failure to do so will result in these penalties. And most people don't know, if you fail to report for the draft during a time of war, they can charge you with treason. And treason is a crime punishable by death. See, most people don't know what's going on, but they're about to find out. And to you men of the Lord who are saying that you refuse to serve, you need to know what comes with that. A death sentence. That's why Yahweh shall let you know, he who endureth unto the end shall be saved. Did he say they would deliver some of you up and afflict you and to kill some of you? He did say that. Now you're starting to see why that might be. Some of us are going to be delivered up simply because, guess what? You've been preaching this word on these corners. You've been saying all these prophetic things. Now you're in front of the governors and the leaders of your area. Tell us what's going on now. We're not even supposed to study or prepare for what we're supposed to say, because that's going to be given to us. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get it. See, again, These are all the things that the prophets of old spoke of. And I'm including Yahushua in the prophets because he was a prophet, right? The prophets of old spake on all these things, right? We're supposed to be ready to give our lives for this. If you're not prepared to lay your life down for this truth, for your God, then you serving, you'll never go far enough to make it to the kingdom. Because to be a prophet of the Most High God, and you see that in the Bible, you have to be willing to die doing the work to be counted as a righteous prophet. You can't be a Saturday weekend warrior prophet, like the unnamed prophet from Judah, who got eaten by a lion because he was told on the way home, don't stop anywhere. Don't eat anything until you get home. And what did he do? He got sidetracked by a prophet of old who tested his spirit and told him, no, I'm a prophet like yourself. Come eat. And he was swayed, he ate, and he got devoured by a lion because he didn't stay the course. But that's what's going to happen to the men who are of the prophethood today if we do not stay this course. This is Matthew, chapter 25, and you know what? Verse 9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. So, those of us who endure unto the end, who are willing to die for this truth, who are willing to serve unto death, those are going to be who are saved. Because doesn't it say, he who wishes how does it go? Those who seek to save their life shall lose it, and those who lose their life shall find it. So if you're so worried about this mortal body that you're willing to sell out your own people, forsake the laws of God, betray your own God in your faith, you're going to lose your life. Because you already know what the final judgment is. It's those missiles. And the only way to get saved out of that is going to be the chariots. Give me 1 second. I want to find this for you. It's in Matthew 10. Cool. There it is. This is Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. So knowing where we're at and the times that we live in, we have to be aware and circumspect of what's going on. When I have brothers around me, I can teach a certain way. When I have brothers that are not around me, I have to be circumspect and aware, right? The same thing extends to every facet of your life. On the job, you know that there are heathen who are over you. So you have to behave a certain way, talk a certain way. How much more for the times to come? If you know that there's going to come a time of persecution like no other on all the earth, you have to be aware of that. You have to move accordingly. A lot of our people are still walking and riding around like everything is cool, and it's not. And they're going to find themselves in terrible position as a result of not being aware. Verse 17, but beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues. And ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, and for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. Like I said, these heathen are going to be basically scouring their phones, the internet, for the history of the Israelites talking to one another. They're going to be looking at cameras. They've seen you walking to this spot. They've seen me coming to this spot. I used to have Edomites walk up, and they usually come this direction, cross the bridge. I don't know what it is. They would come this direction. But they would always hold their phone up. They wouldn't say more than 2 words to me. They would record me, and then they would leave. So they know who I am. They know who any brother is who does this work. You've already been recorded. Did you know they're even tracking Bible sales? All of that is recorded. And this is to my camera. You will be hated for Yahushai's sake. And they will question you about this. Who's the camp that you're part of? Who are those brothers that you were preaching with? Where do they live? How old are they? You've had cops press you for information before. It's going to be no different. Except for this time, if you refuse to answer, you're probably going to be put in prison at least. But they might even kill you as a result of you not being compliant. And guess what? God is saying if that's the case, then die with dignity and with honor. This is Matthew 10 and 18. And ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak. So you're not going to be prepared for that moment. And you're not supposed to be. That's when God has the last word. Like when Yahushua was before Pontius Pilate. Yahushua didn't go off on a damn rant about how innocent he was and how he's this great son of God. He didn't do that. When he was asked, art thou the king of the Jews? He said, thou sayest. Kept it brief. Why? Because you're not supposed to be willingly talking and engaging with your enemy. If you're meant to say anything, the Most High God will give it to you. If he gives you nothing at all in the face of your enemies, then guess what you speak? Nothing at all. Verse 20. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father, which speaketh in you. And the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child. And the children shall rise against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. But he that endureth to the end shall be saved. That's the only way you're going to make it. Now, to the people who receive this gospel with gladness and we desire a greater and better kingdom, I'm going to be honest, the threat of death doesn't sway me at all. This is hell. I want to live a few extra days here, and to do what? I would rather go out serving my God with dignity. So that when I wake up in paradise, the Most High God can at least go, that's one of my good servants. I know who he is. He did his job. You've heard me say that before. When Yahushua returns, I want him to say, good job, servant. I know who you are. I followed your works. And I commend them. And then he can move on to the next. And I can have a sigh of relief. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to tell you, Yahushua is going to be an imposing figure. He's going to be taller than all the rest in a glorified state. Can you imagine you 15 feet tall? Yahushua walk up on you, he 28 feet tall. He looking down on you like you a midget. And he about to give you your judgment. And he knows everything about you. Everything. You can't hide shit. As a matter of fact, not only does he know everything, he created you. He sees through you. You know, when your parents used to grill you, you couldn't hide nothing. Because what can you hide when you're 8 years old in every facet of your life? They've been there for you. You can't hide anything. How much more Yahushua, who's known you from the time you were first created, the first time you were put in a body on this earth, all the way up until judgment. And then he's going to ask you, so how come you didn't serve me the way I commanded you to? Or he says to you, good job. Let's go down the numbers. And you know it's all smooth sailing because he said good job, right? That's what you really want. And the reason why I'm staying on this point, because a lot of people watching these videos, you watch these videos like you watch The Simpsons or Married with Children or whatever the fuck y'all watch today. Y'all watch it like daytime television. Not understanding, man, this message is real. And the war that is coming, it's going to result in real death. And a lot of y'all gonna be wondering why it's happening when the answer's already been given to you. You just didn't receive it. But I'm not gonna bring out too much more. How much? What time? All right, cool. We're gonna bring out a little bit more, then we're gonna shut it down. So let's go ahead and go. Yeah, let's go to Zephaniah 1. 1 and 12, and we're going to read to 18. This is Zephaniah 1 and 12. And it shall come to pass at that time that I will search Jerusalem with candles and punish the men that are settled on their lees, that say in their heart, the Lord will not do good, neither will he do evil. So all these people walking by going, no, I'm good. I don't have time. They're the ones who are settled on their leaves. They're resting on their laurels, thinking, "No, God ain't gonna do nothing." They leaning back, sitting down, relaxing, that type of shit. Those are the ones who think God ain't gonna do nothing. They're thinking, you know what, God isn't gonna do good or evil, so I'm gonna do what I want to do. Most like God's gonna punish our people for their laziness, their slothfulness. Verse 13. Therefore their goods shall become a booty, and their houses a desolation. They shall also build houses, but not inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards, but not drink the wine thereof. The great day of the Lord is near. It is near. It hasteneth greatly. Even the voice of the day of the Lord. The mighty man shall cry there bitterly. So when the day of the Lord arrives, you're going to be hearing people weeping and wailing and crying. You're going to hear it everywhere you go. Because people are going to be burying their loved ones. They're going to be crying over the dead who starved to death, got shot to death. People don't realize the sorrow that's going to grip the planet. But the men and women of the Lord, we're going to rejoice because we're going to know these are the things that indicate the end is here. And we're about to be saved out of this. Right? Verse 15. That day is a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wasteness and desolation, a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of the trumpet and alarm against the fenced cities and against the high towers. Now, why would a trumpet of alarm go off today here in this city? Maybe there's a tornado in the area. You hear the tornado sirens. How about a military incursion or an attack? Yeah, they sound alarms for those. How about missiles? Yeah. If you have enough time to put out a warning, they do put out warnings for those. Now, what if you got a warning and they told you that there are thermonuclear missiles inbound and you have 20 minutes? It doesn't matter what you do then. Because wherever you're at, that's where you're at. You only got 20 minutes. And even if you wanted to repent, who would you call on if you don't have this knowledge? You wouldn't know what to do or where to start. That's why those who are settled on their laurels and are thinking God's not going to do good or bad, those are the ones who are going to get it the worst. Because they have no knowledge whatsoever. And knowledge shall be the stability of our times. You've read that in the book of Isaiah before. Most of our people have no knowledge, so they have no stability. Verse 17, and I will bring distress upon men, that they shall walk like blind men, because they have sinned against the Lord, and their blood shall be poured out as dust, and their flesh as dung. Now, when it says your flesh as dung, that means being killed and no one buries you. You know, when you walk around, you see all these dogs shitting everywhere, and nobody puts it in a bag or buries it or whatever. That's how dead bodies are going to be around everywhere. You're not going to want to go outside. You know why? Because it's going to be one horror after the next. People are going to get very accustomed to smelling dead bodies. Check with those people up in North Carolina right now. They're still finding people in the mud. They say that there might be tens of thousands of people dead now. They don't even know how many people died in that hurricane that went up to North Carolina. They say entire cities are gone. Asheville, there's another one that basically, like they say, the moment you go into the city, it smells like death from the moment you go into the city. No matter where you go, it smells like death.
What is the...
Y'all got time for the Bible?
Yes, but no.
You know what tribe you're in from the Bible? No? No? That's good. Y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? Now it says. This is Zephaniah 1 and 12. And it shall come to pass at that time that I will search Jerusalem with candles and punish the men that are settled on their leaves, that say in their heart, the Lord will not do good, neither will he do evil. And that's what you're seeing. People think, I'm out doing my thing. God ain't gonna do nothing. What's so bad about me walking around dressed like a hoe? Looking like a tranny man, by the way. All that makeup she had on, she looked like Pennywise. Shit crazy. You know what I'm saying? But our people are walking around thinking, you know what? God ain't gonna do nothing. I got another 50 years before America faces any real trouble. Everybody tries to put the calamity outside of their lifetime. You notice that? They say it'll come when I'm old and I've lived my life. Not understanding the calamity's here. It's here. And when it finally hits to the street level, the everyman where they can't buy food from the grocery store, they can't walk outside and have any guarantee of safety, then they're going to want answers. And that's when it's going to be too late. But let's go ahead and slide down to Micah 7 and 18 through 20. Right? Because again, the day of the Lord is going to take many of our people by surprise. And it's a shame. Because some of our people call themselves being Christians. And they try their damnedest to be a good Christian. But when they're given the option to be a good Israelite, they don't want it. I wonder if that brother will stop. Got time for the Bible, brother? All right. I said Micah 7, 7 to 18. This is Micah, chapter 7 and verse 18. Who is a God like unto thee, that pardoneth iniquity, and passeth by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retaineth not his anger forever, because he delighteth in mercy. So this is talking about who the Most High God is. Who's like unto our God, who's willing to pardon his people, who turn back unto him and repent. Because the Most High God delights in having mercy. He takes no pleasure in killing his own people and establishing judgment that results in their spirit departing from their vessel and returning unto him in paradise. He doesn't take pleasure in that. The Most High God takes far more pleasure in you keeping his laws and him being able to walk every step of the way with you and bless you according to your works. If you were writing a story, wouldn't you want to walk hand in hand with the hero? Or do you want to walk hand in hand with the person constantly breaking laws, going to jail? Jail is very repetitive for y'all who've never been. Your day is structured from breakfast to dinner, when you can go out of your cell, when you can come in your cell, when you can lay down. Shit, some of the time they order you to stay in your cell, but they tell you can't lay down. They do things like that. Sometimes you're on lockdown for things you didn't even do. Every facet of your life is structured when you're suffering the penalty of the wicked. Right? So the Most High God takes far more pleasure in those who keep his commandments. Right?
I'm never doing it again. I'm never doing it again.
This is Micah 7 and 19. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. And thou wilt cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Thou wilt perform the truth to Jacob and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. This is talking about bringing us into the new covenant. Because how is he going to subdue our sins? He's got to take out that seed of evil that was sown in the heart of Adam from the very beginning. Remember, we read that in 2nd Ezra. And how's he going to do that? By taking out that heart of flesh, or I'm sorry, heart of stone, and giving us a heart of flesh, according to the new covenant. Now, I said a lot. I'm going to prove that. We're going to go to Hebrews 8 and 8. All right. See, it's a shame because so many of our people, if they only knew what the Most High God has promised our people, if they only knew, about the new covenant that's going to come into effect. And when that comes into effect, how the Most High God is going to draw nearer unto us. And when we pray to him, he's going to hear us immediately. How his son is going to be in the midst of us, ruling, establishing order on the earth. If only our people knew. But for the most part, our people are completely ignorant. This is Hebrews chapter 8 and verse 8. For finding fault with them, he saith, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand, to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind, and I will write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. Oh, you know what? Let's keep reading. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord. For all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness, and their sins, and their iniquities I will remember no more. Wait a minute, doesn't that sound familiar? He's not going to remember our sins or our iniquities. How's that going to go down? This is Micah, chapter 7 and verse 19. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. And thou wilt cast all their sins unto the depths of the sea. So he's going to literally take away from us the ability for us to go off. And of our past infractions or offenses, he's going to throw them into the sea of forgetfulness, as you hear in all those gospel songs. Right? Verse 13, in that he saith the new covenant, he hath made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. So this old covenant is ready to go, but it's not quite gone yet. We got a little bit more to go. That's why we keep trying to tell our people, you're not in the new covenant anymore. A lot of Christians walking around think they're in the new covenant. I'm going to be honest. If we're in the new covenant, it sucks. Because we're still sinning. The least and the greatest don't know of the Most High God in this kingdom. So that would hardly be a fulfillment of his law if we are under the new covenant right now. This would not be a fulfillment of that prophecy. But if they only knew of the glory to come, the glorified bodies, the kingdom of heaven, the opulence and the riches, and rulership, I look forward to that more than anything else. Being able to tell a damn white man to jump and he says how high and for how long. I eagerly wait that day. But in the meantime, I'll do what I'm commanded to do. But, did we read one through? So, let's go ahead and slide over to Isaiah 31 and 4 through 6. Isaiah 31, 4 through 6. This is Isaiah, chapter 31 and verse 4. For thus saith the Lord spoken unto me. Or for thus hath the Lord spoken unto me. Like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey, when a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him. He will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for the Mount Zion and for the hill thereof. So the Most High God is making it plain through his prophecy that he's going to defend his people. See, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, in the times to come, you're not going to have any allies of the flesh. Men shall not be able to defend you, but God will defend you if you are of the righteous. Verse 5, as birds fly, so will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending also he will deliver it, and passing over he will preserve it. So if the Most High God is going to defend Jerusalem as birds flying, what's going to be the agent that flies over us like birds? I'm sorry?
Missiles?
Well, the missiles are going to come to bring the destruction. What's going to defend us? What's going to save us before those missiles
Oh,
hit?
the carrot.
the chariots. So the chariots, the Most High God is going to use them to defend us. They're going to be flying about through the skies. They're going to be beaming up people. They're going to be destroying other people. Because you got to remember that they're going to be destroying different people by fire. So some they're going to be taken up to take back to Israel. Some they're going to be putting to death. Some they're going to be doing their own respective jobs. But the Most High God is going to defend us and preserve us all at the same time. Verse 6, turn ye unto him from whom the children of Israel have deeply revolted. For in that day every man shall cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which your hands have made unto you for a sin. So in that day, ain't nobody going to be talking about Allah or Muhammad, none of these pagan gods. They're not going to be talking about them. Why? Because their idols are going to have no worth. Because the men of the Lord, you got to remember, we've been putting these videos out for decades at this point. Now people are starting to see these prophecies come to pass. That's why so many people are analyzing what we say. We have heathen come up to us all the time. And they're sitting at home watching the videos, and they come up to argue with the nearest camp that they can get to, acting as if we're the representation or representative of the camp that they watch. And we have to let them know, hey, that's another camp. I don't know what you argue with me for. But they're watching these videos as well. But the reason why they're only watching it is because we have the answers. And it just doesn't make sense to them. But it makes more sense than anything that's coming out of the church or anything that's coming out of their government. The problem is it doesn't include them in salvation. That's their problem. But the reality is that in order to get clarity on why these wars are happening, why all the sedition among men is happening, you don't need to be included in salvation to get the breakdown on that. And that's why they're coming to us for that. That's why you had that Chinese woman sit there thinking that she was going to get some Christianity. Instead, she got Israelism, and she didn't like it, and she left. But she wants answers just like everybody else. But in the day of the Lord, we're not going to be out here to give you that answer. So get it while it's hot, right? But let's slide over to Revelation 14 and 13 through 20. My revelation is falling apart. So I'm going to get this one. This is Revelation, chapter 14 and verse 13. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, write, blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. So for those of us who are willing to expend our lives to keep the laws of God, we're blessed and highly favored. Because the reality is, everybody's sentences to die in this flesh. If you're willing to spend your life and your time and your effort serving the Lord, that's worthy of commendation, and you will be commended for it. Verse 14, and I looked and beheld a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and his hand a sharp sickle. Who is this Son of Man? Yahushua, right? Yahushua, you got it. Verse 15, and another angel came out of the temple crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. So Yahushua is waiting for the word to gather the elect and reap them. Let's keep reading. Because that's not the only reaping that's going to happen. Remember I told you, there's two, right? And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple, which is in heaven, and he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud voice to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth. Now notice, he's gathering what is called the vine of the earth. So if we are the righteous elect, God's tender plant, his grape that is precious to him that needs to be kept, then the vine of the earth is everyone else, the heathen, right? And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse's bridle, by the space of 1,006 furlongs. So you can look up how much or how long a furlong is, and then you can look up approximately how tall a horse is. So a horse's bridle is going to be that thing that's in his mouth. A Clydesdale horse, his face is basically even with the top of your head. He's about 6 feet tall, right? So you're talking about how long is a furlong? We're going to do the math, right? So we've got 1,600 furlongs. So how long is a furlong? And you just multiply that times 600, right? So let's see. So a furlong is a unit of length, and it is equal to 220 yards or 660 feet. So 660 times 1,600. So that's 960,000 feet of blood being about 6 feet high.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of blood. Now, this might be metaphorical just to represent a lot of blood, or it could be literal. Because there's going to be a lot of people who get put to death in that day. A lot of people. But either way, I don't want to be part of the vine of the earth. Again, if you join yourself onto those who are the heathen, you will die alongside them. We're going to prove that. We're going to go to Isaiah 13. Oldie but a goodie. This is Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 14. And it shall be as a chased roe, as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. So the Most High God is letting it be known through his prophet Isaiah that remaining conjoined unto the heathen is going to net you a death sentence. You're going to fall by the sword. And if you are resurrected for the final judgment to see if you're worthy to escape the second death or not, and you insist on remaining conjoined unto the heathen who have to pay their penance, guess what's going to happen to you again? Your ass going to die. It's like that, man. The Most High God ain't throwing no curveballs with his word. He's putting it straight down the middle. Everything that's coming, you can see it coming. You can understand it if you would only stop and listen as an Israelite and get the word so that you can come to terms with what's happening. But the reality is that the Most High God has sealed many of our people away from hearing this word and understanding it with their ears, that they might repent and be healed, because they were not pre-selected from the beginning to receive this message. And that's okay, because they're going to be reborn in the kingdom, right? Now I want to show you that. We're going to go to 1 Corinthians 3. I believe we're going to start at 1. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 13. Actually, we're going to start at, we'll start at 9. For we are laborers together with God. Ye are God's husbandry. Ye are God's building, according to the grace of God, which is given unto me. As a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereon. For other foundation can no man lay then that is laid, which is Yahawashi HaMashiach. So the foundation that we are building our faith on is Yahawashi, and then we go from there, right? Because who are we required to believe in as according to the men of the earth? We were required to believe in somebody, and if we didn't, it would be required of us. Yahawashi. Now, if I asked you, where can you see that in the Old Testament? Do you know where? I'm going to show you. Let's go to Deuteronomy 18. Now, you're about to see that Yahawashi is in the Old Testament. These are the things that your pastor should be telling you. This is Deuteronomy. Chapter 18 and verse 18. I will raise up them a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command. And it shall come to pass, that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. So, this is the one prophet that you have to believe on. Even though it's not wise, you can literally say, I don't believe in Moses. Everything Moses said, whatever. Everything Isaiah said, whatever. But if you believe in the words of Yahawashi, you will do what Moses commanded the Israelites to do. Because through Moses was given the law to the Israelites, correct? Matthew 23 and 1. Yahawashi lets us know that the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All that they bid you observe and do. But after their works, do not, because they say and do not. You see what I'm saying? So we've been commanded and directed to obey the words that were written in the Old Testament. But there's only one prophet that we are absolutely required to believe in and have faith in, and that is Yahawashi. That's why faith is a work. It is an act. Because people say they believe in Christ, but how many people obey the commandments after learning of Christ? Very few. Why is that? Because they say Christ fulfilled the law. You've heard that before. Christ paid it all. We don't have to keep the law anymore. But what did Yahawashi say? He said, if ye love me, keep my commandments. Why call ye me Lord, and do not the things which I say? Didn't he say that as well? Because there were a lot of people following Yahawashi around, calling him Lord, Lord, and not doing the stuff that he said. And that goes to today. Most Israelites professing Jesus Christ to be their so-called Savior, right? Most of the time, they don't have the faintest clue of what Yahawashi actually said. And that's why they can't properly serve, because they're not familiar with what's actually in the book. They don't know what's actually written in the Bible. And as a result, how can you keep the rule book or the law book that you've never read? You can't do it, right? But back to 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 10. According to the grace of God, which is given unto me, as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon. For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Yahawashi HaMashiach. Now if any man build upon this foundation, gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest. For the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire. So every man's work is going to be revealed for the quality of what it is. And if you're doing unrighteous acts, that's like laying wood or hay on your foundation, right? But if you're committing to the acts of God and keeping his commandments, then that's like laying precious stones, gold and silver. A lot of people don't know precious stones. Some of them have a very, very high melting temperature point. Stones like sapphire, amethyst, topaz. Some of them are very fire and heat resistant, even more so than gold and silver, right? So we want our works to be made of precious metals and precious stones, things that can survive fire. Even if it melts, it doesn't just get consumed and fly away like the dust. It can be remolded or purified, right? Isn't that why we're in this furnace of affliction, like gold and silver? This trial by fire, to be made pure. The Bible describes it as being made white. And that term white doesn't mean being made white like unto the color, but being white like unto purity, without flaw, right? Verse 14, if any man's work abide, which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work shall be burnt, he shall suffer loss. But he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. So even if you're a wicked Israelite and all your works are burnt up, you're going to get burnt up too, but you're still going to be saved. Why? Because that's part of the promise. Didn't the Most High God promise Abraham that all of the children of Israel will be saved? Yes. That's why many of our people, the 2/3, are going to be devoured by fire, but they shall be reborn into the kingdom. That's why you've heard us say that, right? Because they're still going to be preserved, though they die because of regeneration. See, and again, this is to my camera. This is why you got to come to camp all the time, because we give different pieces of this puzzle, right? And unless the Most High God gives you some type of divine revelation, it takes a lot of studying to get this material. You have to be reintroduced to it over and over and over again before it finally clicks. Because guess what? Many of the so-called scholars back in the days of biblical times didn't understand some of these things. How about John 3, when Yahushua and Nicodemus was talking about being born again? And Nicodemus asked Yahushua, how is a man supposed to be born again when he is old? Is he supposed to crawl back into his mother's womb and be born again? And Yahushua chided him. He said, man, you're a ruler of the Jews. How do you not know this? But that goes to show, you have to be like a child and be willing to learn again. You have to be willing to discard that which is not true and is inaccurate for that which is accurate according to the scriptures. And that's where we find ourselves today, aspiring to be rebuilt in the image that God made us to be, not in the image that this world beat us down into. Because to be quite frank, most of us who are worldly, we are only the way that we are because of circumstances in this world. Whether you're born into poverty, you're born into an abusive family, you're born into money, whatever situation you're born into. If you're bereft of this truth, the devil has you right where he wants you, whether you're poor or rich. That's why Yahushua basically lets you know you got to be willing to give away everything, desert everything, and forsake everyone and anybody to follow God. Didn't he say he who loves his father and his mother more than me is not worthy for the kingdom of heaven? He did say that. And that's why, again, to the brothers who forsake their entire families to come do this work, I commend you. Because I'm of the same ilk. My family's been promising for over 2 years to come see me teach. I've never seen them out here. They want to talk about the Bible, but when we really start getting into scripture, they don't want to hear it anymore. We're being forsaken of our families before tribulation even starts. How much more so when there's nothing in the grocery store? When the white man is saying, hey, look, if you're caught talking to an Israelite, I'm going to put you to death. You think the white man would do that? Now, do you know in the Bible where you can find where they did that? First Maccabees. Yes, ma'am. You know what I'm saying? We gonna lace you up, Miss Tammy. You're gonna be unstoppable with these scriptures, I'm gonna tell you. See, that's one of the reasons why even when I end up by myself teaching this word, undaunted. Because how much more of an honor is it to be the last man standing? Can you imagine what the brothers have left if they knew there was a chariot right there in the sky? A chariot looking right there. And he said, I'm looking at y'all teach. You think they would have left? No. Because that's when you're on your best behavior, right? When the boss is looking, yeah, I'm doing extra. Yeah, I put in overtime, and I'm coming in on Saturday. But because there are no judges around, or so you think, because you remember Elijah and Elisha? What did Elijah have to do to let Elisha know that he wasn't alone? He prayed that the Most High God would open Elisha's eyes. And when he did, what did Elisha see? He saw chariots everywhere. And that's when he realized, oh, no wonder you're so damn brave and bold. You got help everywhere you go. That's why I don't need to see all that shit. I don't need nobody out here to tell me, hey, brother, I got you back. Hey, God got me. I'm good. I could die doing this work. And I know I got my crown. I'm good. That's why I don't want to be the first one to leave camp or the second to last. If we got to leave, let us all leave at the same time. But if we ain't leaving at the same time, I'll be the last one to leave. And that's the way I always want it to be. Because again, I want Yahweh Shai when he returns to go, I know who you are, servant. Good job. Man, you know what? Some of the time I had to put an extra angel on you because you wouldn't leave. I'm going to trouble the Lord. I'm so persistent in my work. Well, he's like, damn, I gotta arrange an angel for this nigga because he won't go home. That's who I want to be. You know what I'm saying? You should be thinking like that. You know, like I'm serving the Lord so hard that the Lord has to make special preparations for his servant. Because ain't that what he had to do for Elijah? Yeah, men like Jeremiah, men like Ezekiel. The Most High God had his hand on them. He moved people in events according to his will so that his name would be glorified. But what if Jeremiah said, you know what? I'm going to go home and take a nap. I'm not going to go preach today. What if Ezekiel said, you know what? I'm going to go bury my wife. When God told him, not only are you going to go preach and she's going to die at the end of the day, but when she dies, you can't even cry. See, people don't realize, man, when you're really coming to serve the Lord and you're serious about this, you're willing to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But let's get this in Maccabees. Well, we about to hang it up. This is First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 56. And when they had written pieces the books of the law, which they found, they burnt them with fire. And wheresoever was found with any the book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death. Thus did they, by their authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. So, if there was a Bible found in your house, all the inhabitants of that house got put to death. They hung the infants by their necks. That's in the verses beneath this. They were killing women and children, men, elderly, infirm people. It didn't matter. If you were found to be keeping the Bible, if you had the Bible with you, the Old Testament, they put you to death. If you were insisting on not eating pork, not keeping the worldly commandments put forth by the Greeks or the Grecians, they would put you to death. How much more in the times that we're coming into, when you're going to be hated by the entire earth for Yahweh's sake? These are the things you have to think about as these times grow darker. Because you remember Yahweh said, the parable of the builder, who builds and doesn't count the cost. Because if you start to build and you don't have enough to finish, you're going to be mocked of other people going, he started to build and couldn't finish because he's too broke. He didn't count the cost. And that's what's going to happen to many of our people in this truth. They're going to find that they did not count the cost of what it meant to truly serve God. It will cost you your job. It will cost you your friends. It will cost you your family. Hell, it's going to cost you your comfort. Many of us are going to be in prisons like our people were in Rome. Did you know that they have actually found like basically like you know how people they scrape messages on the walls and shit. They found messages left by the prisoners who were in those Roman prisons, and we were writing messages like we were praying that God would destroy them with a cruel judgment. We were writing those types of things because we were making supplication unto our God to defend us and fight for us, but it wasn't that time yet. And many of us have died in service to the Most High. Not just one life, but life after life after life after life. And now that grand accounting is coming. But in that grand account, there's going to be a lot of persecution. We're going to go to Revelations real quick. I believe Revelations 12. This is Revelations, chapter 12, and verse... Actually, you know what? And verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto death. So we're going to overcome our enemies by the word of the testimony of God. The testimony of the prophets. The testimonies of Yahushua. That's how we're going to overcome. There's no earthly act or feat that we can do to elevate us above what's coming. The only thing we can do is continue to tread this course and serve God. And that's how we'll make it. Verse 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child. Now this woman who brought forth the man-child is Israel as a nation. And that child is Yahushua, the king to be. So, when these Edomites know that their kingdom is at an end, and that servitude awaits them, and the real Israelites are rising up, they're going to persecute us as hard as they can. They're going to do the most. I'm talking about lynching, hanging, burning. They're going to do everything they did of old, but even more so, because it's their last chance to do it. And they did the same thing in Rome, and I'm a proof. Because when they saw that their kingdom was at an end, they persecuted us all the more. This is from Babylon to Timbuktu, page 84. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son, Titus, put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. So, when they saw that their kingdom was in its twilight, they persecuted us all the harder. Nero, as Rome was burning, he blamed the Jews for it. Right? Most people don't even realize that here in America, they're going to blame blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians for the fall of this place. And if you're listening to Donald Trump and all these other people, you can see that's what they're already trying to do. They're blaming us. The Mexicans who send money back to their family in Mexico, all these immigrants, because this is their land, right? But all the immigrants coming from Venezuela, from Brazil, from all these different countries down in South America. They're going to blame our brothers for the fall of America. But that's not new. It's what they've done since old times, right? But, man, my nose is completely stopped up, man. I can't talk at all. It sucks. But anyway, let's finish up. Yeah, let's go back to Revelations 14 and 13. Actually, you already read that. Cool. So we're gonna go to Luke 13, 23, and 28. Because what we read in Revelations 14, Yahushua actually covered it in the book of Luke. Actually, Salakia, he spoke on it in Luke. It was Luke 10 that he spoke on it. But he gave the full account in Matthew. Let me make sure I direct you correctly. Yeah, it's Luke 10. Cool. But anyway, we're gonna grab. Let's just get Luke 13 and 23. This is Luke 13 and verse 23. There you go. Cool. But he that receives seed into the good ground is he that heareth the word and understandeth it, which also beareth fruit and bringeth forth some an hundredfold, some 60, some 30. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came. Oh, Salakia, this is Matthew 13. Salakia. Matthew 13 and 24. And another parable he put forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So this is Yahushua talking about the Israelites, and how over time the other nations have come and they've sired children that look like Israelites, but they go back to other nations. Those are the tares that he's speaking of here, right? Now, when it comes to tares and wheat, they look identical until the time of harvest, right? And you're going to see what Yahushua has to say about that. Because if they look identical until the time of harvest, then how do you know which is which? You don't. So if you go to pull the tares out early, you might hurt the wheat, correct? Verse 26, but when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then has it tares? He said unto them, an enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? So you see here, the servants are like, well, okay, cool. So now that we know that the tares are here, you want us to go get them? But he said, nay, lest while ye gather them, or gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of the harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather ye first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Those are the two gatherings that have to happen. You have the gathering of the righteous Israelites, then you have the gathering of the tares. And the tares are going to be the ones put into the winepress of the wrath of God. That's where all that blood comes out to the 1,600 furlongs, right? Now, let's go Yeah, we jumped the gun. So now let's go back to Luke 13 and 23 and 28. Yeah, I should have wrote that in the opposite order in my notes. This is Luke chapter 13 and verse 23. Then said one unto him, Lord, are there few that be saved? And he said unto them, strive to enter in at the strait gate. For many, I say unto you, will seek to enter in, and shall not be able. So when it says for us to seek to enter into the strait gate, we're supposed to be doing things by the book. Nothing extra. And no one extra. Right? I don't want to just say nothing extra, because I got to let you know, no one else can get you into the kingdom. And you can't get anybody else into the kingdom. It's all on you. Right? We're supposed to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling. So this is a one-on-one scenario. Right? When once the master of the house is risen up and had shut the door, and ye began to stand without, and to knock at the door, saying, Lord, Lord, open unto us. And he shall answer and say unto you, I know you not whence you are. And that's exactly what's going to happen to a lot of our people, saying they don't have time. They're going to knock on that door saying, Lord, open unto me. I've always believed in Jesus. I did missionary work, and then I adopted kittens and puppies, and I love everybody. And Yahushua is not going to open unto them. Because when they were given opportunity to repent and keep God's laws, they tried to seek another way instead of coming in at the straight gate, in the straight path. But he shall say, I tell you, I know you not whence you are. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity. Then shall there be weeping and gnashing of teeth, when ye shall see Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust out. Y'all can come this way, y'all fine. Okay. Okay. But what you see here in the Bible is those who didn't repent and keep God's laws, they're going to be thrust out. So that's why we're trying to tell our people now to repent while there's time. Keep God's laws. All 613 laws. Right? As best you can. Shit, we're almost at the end of the lesson, so yeah, we might finish. So we're going to go to Revelations 11 and 8 through 15. Y'all believe in the Bible? You know what tribe y'all come from in the Bible?
I have no idea, but I can tell you I'm a walking testimony.
Well,
And my sister is, that's actually why we're down here right now.
okay.
She needed a liver, she just got a liver transplant, that's it.
Okay, okay.
I mean, things were looking a lot better when we got down here, but they started looking really grim, started looking bad, and then at the last second, everything came together just right there.
Okay.
And in a way, you just don't see very often.
Okay. Well, I don't want to speak positively or negatively on your sister. What I do want to let you know, though, is that I do want to ask you, who do you think salvation is for in the Bible?
For everybody.
For everybody?
Everybody that wants it.
Okay. Now I have a question. What are people being saved from?
Eternal damnation. No doubt.
Okay. What if I told you hell is a condition and it's on earth? Because when you read the book of Jonah chapter 2, Jonah says, I cried by way of my affliction. From the belly of hell cried I. Jonah was still alive, correct?
I'll be honest. I try to read the Bible. I'm not great at it. I ask my pastor because I'll be honest, I don't understand it.
Okay. Okay.
I work with dirt and heavy equipment and all that. It uses me to ask my pastor when I have questions.
Okay, that's cool.
Little by little, I'm starting to understand more.
Okay.
There's a couple pastors I watch on TikTok. They kind of break it down into simple parts.
I'll give you a hint. The Bible says God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. That's in Acts 7:48 and Acts 17:24. It's in two places. So if you're trying to get the answers from your pastor in the church, chances are you won't get it. Like if you ask him, who is the whore that rides upon the beast with the 7 heads and the 10 horns? Your pastor's not going to know that.
I don't know. I'd say he's pretty good. He isn't bad. He's normally always spot on with the answer.
Okay. If he hasn't told you what tribe you go back to in the Bible, That's the first thing you should learn when you come to serve God. Because what if I told you the Most High God only treasures the Israelites of all nations?
Yeah, that's something I'd ask him about. I can't break it down that far for you.
Well, can I read a couple of things to you? Can I read a couple of things to you right here? So first, I'm going to read this in Joel. So we're going to go to Joel chapter 2. This is Joel chapter 2 and 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. These are the words of God through the prophet Joel. He's saying that he's only the God of the Israelites and none else. Let's go to verse 32. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord had said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. That's why I asked you, is salvation for everybody? According to the Bible, it's not. And that's only one place. I can go to numerous places. That's why I was asking you, what does everybody need to be saved from? Because if you understand what salvation is, you'll realize that everybody can't be saved. One of the reasons why we need salvation as Israelites is to be delivered out of the hands of our enemies. Who are our enemies? The same people who put us in slavery. Yeah, ask him. Tell him to read Luke 1 and 68. And I'll read it here just so you can hear it. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. But I want you to ask your pastor about this. This is Luke 1 and 68. I'm going to start at 67 because I need you to know who this is from, right? And his father Zacharias was filled with the Holy Ghost and prophesied, saying, Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. That's part of salvation. So how do the Israelites get saved from their enemies and their enemies come right behind them? That's a good question, huh? Now, who am I saying the Israelites are? Well, they're God's people, but there are literal people upon the earth. If you read Deuteronomy 28, there are curses that the real Israelites are under. Curses like, cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we can't even get a business loan here in America. And we built this place. We get the worst, APRs on credit cards, interest rates, etc. One of the curses is that we would be the tail and our enemies would be the head. They would lend to us and we would never lend to them. And how can I forget about the biggest curse? Slavery in verse 68. It was prophesied that we would go back into slavery on ships. When did we go into slavery on ships? Here. And who are the people on those ships? Black people, right? But did y'all know after those ships dropped us off here, they took Native Indians back to Spain, Portugal, and Britain. So, that's how we know who the Israelites are. Not to mention, we're scattered to all lands. Like, do you know of, in Russia, they have a group of people called the Samoyeds. Those are basically the Native Americans, or the natives of Russia, right? There are people. Did you know the original Irish and the Scots, who you call Irish and Scottish people? Scottish and Irish people are not the original Scots and Irish. The original Scots and Irish were swarthy people, right? And I'll prove that. Right here. Y'all see this guy? That's King James. Does he look like a black man? Now, if he's not a black man, that's his grandson. That's King Charles I. His nickname was Black Boy. That's part of the lies that's been told because we were the original rulers of Europe. Hell, we were the first 7 presidents of the United States. when it was ruled by the Articles of the Confederation. John Hanson, that's a man you can look up when you get home. He also wrote the Declaration of Independence, or at least most of it. That's why when they had AI do a picture of all the founding fathers who wrote the Declaration of Independence, there was a black man in the middle of that group, and everybody started making a ruckus about it. That's because AI is impartial. It doesn't hide history. So it drew a black man in the middle of a bunch of white men, and people didn't know who he was. That's John Hanson. That's why I'm out here, to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know we are God's chosen, and that salvation is for us because we need it.
So, do you got an Instagram or YouTube or something?
I can give you my YouTube. That's fine. I wanted to ask you what your.
It looked like you were live streaming or something. Taking a
No, I just record it. I don't live stream.
Oh, shit, you posted on
YouTube.
shit.
Well, before I give that to you, I have to do some homework, right? I have to do some homework. What's your
Okay.
father, if you don't mind me asking?
Well,
Your father? Is he a so-called white man?
yeah,
From where?
I can't tell you where. I have no idea.
Does he call himself Scottish, German, Irish?
He's never told me.
Okay. I recommend do homework on your father's side. Because just because you look white don't mean you are white.
No, I'm part Indian. I think I'm a little Irish Indian.
Okay.
At least on my mom's side.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you an example. You know Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? What's his last name? What's Schwartz mean? Black. What's nigger mean? Negger. Means nigger. What does nigger mean? Means Negro. His last name is Black Negro. What did Arnold Schwarzenegger do before he was famous? He was a bricklayer. Then he became a bodybuilder. Then he became an actor. How about Sylvester Stallone? He's from southern Italy. The southern Italians go back to my people. Names like Pucci, right? The Pucci family crest, you can look that up today. It has black people on it. The crest from areas like Sardinia, right? Corsica. They have the black face with the white bandana on it. You can look this up actually on your phone. Crowned Moor motif. Crowned Moor, M-O-O-R, motif. And it will show you all the flags of different nations that have black people on it. Nations like Austria, Germany, all over Europe. That's why I'm not asking to see if you're white or not. I'm asking to see if you go back to our stock or not. Because the fact that you have an ear for the Bible and you want to hear about it, you might be an Israelite. I'm going to prove to you why I say that. And this is to my camera, right? That's why knowing about something called the confusion of face is important. Because the Bible describes the Israelites as a speckled bird. We look like everybody because we're mixed in with everybody. Right? But this is going to be 2nd Ezra, chapter 3, and verse 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. I'm going to read that again. This is 2nd Ezra 3 and 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. If you find it important to keep the laws of the Bible, and I'm talking about the commandments like not eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, wearing fringes, not taking a razor to your face or your head. Those are laws. I see it. That's why I'm asking. You know what I'm saying? But if you find it important to keep God's laws, you have to be an Israelite. Because it's literally written in the prophecy of the Bible. Well, how about this, man? You might be an Israelite. I'm not the one to tell you that you are or you aren't. But I do want to show you why it's important, right? Because it's not just me making this distinction. Because when Christ returns, his first order of business is going to be to separate the nations. And this is to my camera. That's why it's important to actually read the Old Testament. So when you see the actions of Christ, they make sense.
Should we? We're about to get going, bro.
You gotta go?
Might get you YouTube, and you know,
Sure,
to-
I'll give it to you.
I can look at it later.
Yeah, you good. As a matter of fact, nah, it's not on my card. It's Mega Man or Mega Main. MEGAMAYNE 8. Now this is to my camera. If they're not Israelites, they won't stay on my channel too long. Because I'm gonna be honest, when you hear what I have to say about the other nations, it's not supportive. Because I have a question. Should blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians integrate with everybody?
Kind of up to everybody how they want to do it, and kind of just, I feel like I give a certain level of with their decisions.
Well, I'm talking about as a community, as a whole. Should we integrate with the very same people who took away our businesses and enslaved us? And they gun us down one every 28 hours. And that's just what we know about.
I mean, if it was like those times, if they something like that, as long as everyone's getting treated fairly, I think so.
But we don't get treated fairly. That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't. That's the answer. We shouldn't.
I mean, you should be treated just as fair as everybody else. In my way worse, in my mind, you should get up to go to work and what you have to do with the day, and take care of whatever you got to do. I don't care what color you're, as long as you do that.
Well, I want to read this one thing to you, and that might change your opinion. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So if the Israelites are above everybody else, should we be treated like everybody else? No. I know. But what does God have to say, bro?
That's something I'm asking me. It kind of helps me understand it when I get things said. I understand very much what I read. Shit that I've been seeing, I'm watching a couple of videos and see what you're saying.
Sure.
You take it easy, have a nice
Yeah,
day.
you too, man. Y'all be well, be safe. And that's what the Bible's about. We have to preach this gospel to the ends of the earth. You notice how somber it gets when you let them know God don't love everybody? God don't see everybody the same? We ain't supposed to be together? See, they just want to say, hey, you just got to let the shit go. We coming together. No. God didn't say that. Christ didn't say that. See, and his girl, when I asked, should we all integrate? She said, hell no. She was shaking her head. Because she knows the history of her people. She knows we ain't got no fucking business being around these crackers. She knew that. They know they own stolen land. But here's the thing. Could they be Israelites? Maybe. I was surprised she stayed in order like that. I'm going to be real with you. I was real surprised. Now, was I surprised that he said that everybody needs to come together and all this? No. But they were receptive to hearing what I had to say. That in and of itself, at least, merits an explanation of my position. And I'll explain, and this is to my camera. To you Israelites who don't have the knowledge to explain, you got studying to do before you come out here. And I say that being somebody, when I originally came out here, I was not well equipped to make these arguments. So I showed a lot of vitriol toward people, and it got me into some sticky situations that otherwise I wouldn't have been in. So I say that knowing what can happen if you're not properly girded with this knowledge. Because he was in his emotions already, talking about how God answers his prayers, healed his sister. It's like, bro, Satan rewards people too. And plus, how's it a blessing to you if God is keeping you alive while you're in somebody else's house, robbing and stealing from them? Is that really a blessing? Because it's not a blessing to me to have my enemy be more powerful around me in good health, with wealth, and things that they can, basically buy to use against me. That's not a blessing to me. That's why when I read Luke 1 and 68, And I got to the part where it said that we need to be saved from the hand of our enemies and all that hate us. Her face dropped. Because they've been told salvation is just you disappear one day while you're heading to work and now you're in heaven. Not understanding that heaven and hell are on earth. And hell is a status. And heaven for the Israelites is hell for everybody else. Right? But, y'all, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I think we brought out a good lesson today. Though not many people stopped. Oh, yeah, I'll get your question.
But you got his wheels turning.
Definitely.
You got his wheels turning.
I
Now
did.
remember, he's under another doctrine, Christianity.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be back. I know if he truly believes in the Bible, he gonna come back right here, and he gonna want some answers. And he gonna say, I asked my pastor, and my pastor was not prepared. And I remember what you said about God not dwelling in temples made with hands. And it all made sense. That's gonna tell me if he's an Israelite. If all of a sudden, the wheels should start turning real quick, and he's like, I need answers. He's got that compulsion to get them, because a lot of times people have questions. They're like, it don't matter. But if you have questions and you have that drive, that fire, that lights in you to go find out the truth, you're probably an Israelite. You're probably an Israelite. Because I'm going to tell you, with this knowledge, ain't many perks that come with it in this world. I'm going to tell you, the more you know about this book here, the more people hate you. The more people want to stay away from you. When you don't celebrate their high holy days, people look at you like you weird. You don't celebrate Thanksgiving or Christmas? Ugh. You don't want Christmas dinner? No. You ain't gonna eat all this, the stuffing and the turkey and all that, and the chitlins. You know how black folks get down. You know what I'm saying? One, you ain't supposed to be eating pork, but two, you ain't supposed to eat food sacrificed on the idols. So I can't eat a Christmas dinner, Easter dinner. I can't do that. See, that's why the more you know about these scriptures, how did it go with Ezekiel? He ate the whole roll, and it was sweet in his mouth, but bitter in his belly. Because when you really understand what's in this book, and you start putting it into practice, that's when you start getting all the pushback. People don't want to be around you no more. They tell you, hey man, you a stick in the mud. You bringing us down. When it's like, no, I'm trying to make sure we're righteous. We can party and everything, but why do you need hoes? You know what I'm saying? Why you got to get drunk? Why you got to eat unlawful foods? Why you got to sin while you celebrate? Why you got to celebrate the worldly things, their holidays? There are plenty of holidays in this book that you can celebrate according to the scripture. But see, here's the thing. The world at large ain't going to make that transition with you. That's why you got to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. That's why Yahushua said, you're going to be hated of all men for my sake. But he who endureth unto the end shall be saved. You're going to have to deal with it. It's hard to deal with it. That interaction went well, but I'm going to tell you, a lot of times it don't. The moment you start telling these white folks that they're going to have to pay for what they did, they get awfully angry. But I'm not surprised that they get angry because they've done the most dirt. And I should have brought this out. I'm going to bring it out for the camera though. All right? We about to end it. I think it's in this Exodus. Right? Because one of the things that these Edomites know is that we're still in their hands. And what does the Bible say? If you steal somebody and you sell them, or they be found in your hands, what does it say should be happening? That should happen to you. For trafficking slaves. I'm going to get it. know it's, is it Exodus 11? If it's 11, I'm gonna be mad. No. It's 21. I was about to say good. I'm way off. Good. Because I'm close. Man. Exodus 21. This is Exodus chapter 21 and verse 16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Well, the white man stole us, and we still here. He ain't never sent us back home. He ain't never gave us our shit back. He ain't never left. So when the Messiah returns, where we gonna be found at? In his hands. That woman understood that when I said that we have to be saved from our enemies. Because she knows that her people are enemies of our people. He's the one talking about, well, you know, I love my pastor and I love Christianity and, you know, God, and we all come together. Christianity bullshit. But the Bible don't deal in it. You notice the seriousness that comes upon people when they understand what the Bible is saying and how it's dividing people, setting them apart. Right? I said I was going to bring out something in Matthew. I'm still going to bring it out for edification's sake. Because the first order of Yahweh Shah when he returns is to separate the nations. All this come together and kumbaya and ebony and ivory and the whole hand shit, they made that up. And not to mention, every time we come together with them, what do? They betray us and they stab us in the back. So, you know, it's one of the things where they might speak smooth words unto you, but you best understand what's really going on in their mind. Right? This is Matthew, chapter 25 and verse 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. And then shall the king say unto them on the right hand, Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom, prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Verse 41, Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. So you've got two distinctive fates for two groups of people. The righteous, who are the righteous according to the Bible? The Israelites. Well, how do you get deemed righteous according to the Bible? We read that earlier, remember in Deuteronomy 6 and 25. Keeping the commandments is your righteousness. Who are the commandments given to? The Israelites. So the only people who can be righteous in the eyes of God are the Israelites. Now, is there a heathen who could take up this Bible, get taught enough from an Israelite of how to keep the commandments, and do his very best or her very best, and do a decent job at keeping the commandments? Sure. Wouldn't be the first time. We've had heathen living amongst us. There are heathen in this book that are commended by figures like Yahweh Shah. Remember the Syrophoenician woman who said, True Lord, but even dogs eat of the crumbs that fall from the master's table? And Yahweh Shah said, Great is thy faith. Be it unto you as thou wilt. And her daughter was healed. But that don't mean she gets salvation like an Israelite. That would be like you patting your dog on the head and going, hey, here's your treat. Don't. Because did Yahweh Shai keep talking to that woman afterward? No. There is no mention of that woman at all in the Bible after that. So what does that tell you? They told her, go about your business. You got what you wanted, right? Cool. Get on. And to the people who watch this and go, damn, that's real mean of you to say. The people who are supposed to love these heathen are the Israelites, not God. We're the ones who are supposed to love our righteous servants. So when you heathen get in order, we'll have a pat on the head for you. And it's like that, because you ain't getting what we get. It ain't the same. Right? But either way, y'all, we're going to go ahead and hang it up. I like to say, call halal Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. This is Haya El from Sakari in San Antonio, back on the San Antonio Riverwalk, or whatever this shit called, right? Shalom. Quan Yasharala and a Baba Ball. I gotta walk around to the camera this week, but it's cool. All right, y'all. Shalom.